what's up, everybody? Family, welcome back to the family SNOA. It is good to be back here. We were just here 1 hour ago. We had a wonderful session to talk about Nigeria. It was an amazing conversation, guys. We spoken about three different topics. Spoken about Nigeria's independence. They just had a celebration yesterday, anniversary yesterday, 63 years of independence, and what does that mean to Nigerians? And also, we had a conversation about the indefinite strike that is about to start tomorrow in Nigeria because of the prices of oil has went up, prices of food, of everything. Things are just getting crazy. And the last conversation was about leadership. We had a talk about leadership of Nigeria and Africa in general. Right now, we are having a session about Kenya. And I just want to lay down a foundation a little bit. Why we're having a conversation about Kenya. First of all, like this stream and share with a neighbor, share with a friend. And if you haven't subscribed, please do so. It is very important for you to subscribe and to like this stream. That's the only way YouTube is going to help us, and actually TikTok will help us to, this message to reach as many people as, we can, right? So help us out to like, to share, and you can subscribe as well or follow on TikTok. The second thing you can do is sign the petition. We have a petition going on called One Africa right now. We are demanding One Africa to happen right now. Okay, it has been too long, and we cannot handle this unity that's going on in the continent anymore. Just like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, what they've done, coming together and form alliance. That hey, if you come against one country, you come against all of us. The same thing has to be done for the entire continent of Africa. We're tired of seeing puppet politicians in our continent. We're tired of seeing, policies that are not really working for our people. We're tired of seeing organizations that are there. They are supposed to work for Africans, but they're not really there for Africans. We're tired of that. So as youth, we came together and wrote this petition together. We want 100 million signatures about this petition. The petition, it's in the comment section, and I'll share with you guys here. That's the petition. Go and sign. On TikTok, the petition is on my bio. If you go there, you can sign that petition, and it's going to be amazing. All right. And today, this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Kenya, and specifically, we're going to talk about the president of Kenya, William Ruto. I want to lay down the foundation, and I'll invite my brother. I have a Kenyan brother here in the session, and I shared the post everywhere on my Instagram, on my, YouTube and WhatsApp as well, to invite Kenyans to come here to have this conversation. Why Kenyans first? Because Kenyans, this is the leader of Kenya, William Ruto. And Kenyans, they have opinion on the leadership. They have opinion on what's going on in Kenya. They have a say. This is their leader. So first and foremost, we must hear first from the people of Kenya. Before we come up with any conclusion, before we come up with any accusation, before we come up with any idea, before we come up with anything that we think in our mind, we must hear the people of Kenya. What do they think about their own president? It's true, they know their own president or their own government better than we do. The rest of us, I was not born in Kenya, all right? I do not know William Ruto or the government of Kenya as Kenyans do. So it is very important to hear this from the perspective of Kenyans first, to hear what they say, to hear what they feel, to hear about all these moves, and then we can draw up conclusion. Everybody, each and every single one of us, you can come up with your own conclusion out of this conversation. That's why when I was asking to have Kenyans, I did not target to anyone. I did not texted anyone personally to invite them to come. No, I just announced in the WhatsApp group, and I announced on my social media for any Kenyan out there who wants to come and to talk about their leadership right now. They should come here and be free to speak about it, because this is the safe space. All right, Swahili Nation, it is the we say we are the voice to the muteless, right? So I don't know. For example, the guy that I have here today, I have no idea. I never had a conversation with him before, but I know he was in the WhatsApp group. He texted me private after I shared the message. He said, hey, I would love to come and to give my insight. And I was like, and he said this. He said, I don't know if I qualify to come and to give. I was like, as long as you're an African, first. Second, you're Kenyan, you're qualified. Come. I don't know anything about him. I don't know. Right? And you guys who are joining here, those who reached out only, so I will acknowledge him very soon after I bring him in a show. But I acknowledge him that he was willing to come and to have this conversation. Right? So me, myself here, I want to tell you this. One thing that we always tell, you know, if you're a leader or you're leading Swahili Nation, you have to be neutral. You must be neutral. So I might have my personal opinion and everything, but in this session, I'm going to be neutral. I must be neutral. I'm not taking any sides. I want to hear first what Kenyans people think about this. That first. And also, I even reached out to one of my brother that I know he's in the government in Kenya, but I did not receive response yet because I wanted to have him here as well to hear his point of view, what he has to say, right? So that's the point, because we have been sharing the videos here of William Ruto president, and I've been seeing a lot of comments. Even in this live stream, you can see the comments, and I read them, right? So I came here a couple months ago, and I released one video that says President Ruto must be protected at all costs. And I did for this reason. When President Ruto became a president of Kenya, we all know what Africa saw from him, right? So from all the speech that he made in the Pan-African Parliament, he made in Djibouti, he made in Kenya, he made in South Africa, he made everywhere, we all saw. And he made even in France when he went there and he met with Macron. We saw all this speech. We saw what he saw, what he was talking about. And me personally, as an African, I saw a Pan-Africanist. So someone who is there and wants the best for Africa. So I made a video that William Ruto must be protected at all costs, knowing that, okay, we had a lot of leaders like this who talks about things like this about Africa, but most of them, they were killed, right? So if we have another leader who is actually coming forward to talk about these things boldly, talk about these things, unapologetic, it is my duty as an African who believes in Africa to stand with him. So I made that video and I received criticism, but also I received support. Some people, they say, and especially I want to phrase Kenyans, some of Kenyans, they say that you don't know this guy. He has double face. Some other Kenyans, they say, thank you so much. This is my president. I love him. And thank you for standing with that. All right. And we got support and also we got criticism. And that's the business we are in. But, you know, I will do that again for anyone who stands for Africa. But recently there have been a couple moves that I think it brought about anger and about, I don't like using this word, but I'm going to use just for the context of this live stream. It brought out a lot of confusion in a lot of Africans who believe in Africanism. And I will name them before my brother, I see he left here, but hopefully he'll be back. I'll name it before having that conversation. So me, where you see me here, I am neutral. I am neutral. I'm not on any side at the moment. I have my personal opinion, but I'm going to save it until the end. I am neutral, and I'll be like that in, you know, throughout the conversation of today. All right. And I hope to have Kenyans here come. First of all, I want to hear from Kenyans, different Kenyans that I do not know, right, to hear their perspective and what they have to say. And at the end, I'll also allow non-Kenyans to come and to give their insight about these issues that is happening. So what are the things that brought about confusion to a lot of Africans about the president of Kenya, right? The first thing that brought about a lot of confusion is President Kenya's statement on the coup, right? The military regime that is happening, you know, in the western side of Africa, right? We all know that he came and he was against it. So any leader can say anything that they want to do. I want to say that is their right to do anything. But I also want to address why a lot of Africans did not like that statement, because a lot of Africans, young people, they support this military regime that is happening in this country, some of these countries. Specifically, I want to say Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, because it seems to be legit what is happening on that side. So when ECOWAS came and opposed what is happening in Niger, even me, I pushed it back, and a lot of our people came and pushed it back. Even when African Union is coming and stand against it, a lot of our people are pushing back because they say, hey, guys, the country is better right now. And what does people want? People do not want ECOWAS or France or US to decide for them, or African Union to decide for them what they want. People, they can decide what they want for their own people, for their own country. Just like Kenyans can decide what they want with their own country. Just like Nigerians can decide what they want with their own country. People must decide. So if people in Niger say that, you know what, we don't want you, a leader of Niger, we want a military to reign, and we support them, then we as a people, we need to stand with the people. And that's what we're doing, right? So a lot of Africans did not like his statement that, you know, this and this. A lot of them did not like. That was the first incident. The second incident, it is about the meeting that President William Ruto had with the president of Ukraine to have a conversation with him. And these are things that even if I had a chance to talk with the president of Kenya, I will ask him and I'll address this. In that meeting, we share that video here. He was, you know, telling the president of Ukraine that you have our full support. As Kenyans, you have our full support. That's exactly the word that he used. The video is here. You know, in the YouTube channel. Again, it brought a lot of confusion in our people because most of African countries, or most of Africans, they sympathize, they are on the side of Russia rather than Ukraine. And that's because of a historical reason. That back in the days, Russia helped a lot of countries in Africa to fight against colonialism. And Russia, they never invaded any country in Africa. Because of that, and also because US and NATO, they are behind, they are supporting, they're spending a lot of billions of money to support Ukraine. And, you know, the story about Africa and the Westerners is not good. So just automatically, a lot of Africans, they are standing with Russia and they support Russia. So when President Ruto came and spoke that, and mind you that during the Russia summit, Russia-Africa summit, President Ruto was not there. He had a representative, and to be fair, a lot of other Africans, some of other Africans president, well, they were not there. Even my president was not there. They sent representative to speak there. But he went to this meeting, I mean, United Nations, whatever, and he met up with, he had a private meeting with the president of Ukraine, and he said that you have our full support. So a lot of Africans, they draw a lot of, you know, a lot of confusion that how come? Like, how come you say this? And we know that Ukraine, you know, we know that. You know, the other day I was, anyways, let me stop that. That's the second event. The third event is during this United Nations, when the president of America, Biden, applauded the president of Kenya, William Ruto, for taking up a step to be the international leading team to invade Haiti. We all know that, okay, we're going to have a conversation about Haiti here one day. But just to give you a little bit, if you don't know what is happening, a lot is happening in that country. A lot has been happening in that country, including the natural disaster, but also including what is happening right now, including the killing of the leader in Haiti, and including right now what is happening. The killings just happening everywhere. Basically, it's kind of like there's no leadership right now in the Haiti. And based on so many sources that I looked and I searched and I listened to a lot of different opinions, it feels like US have been finding someone who can invade Haiti on behalf of them. They haven't been taking that step, but they've been wanting someone to come up and to invade. And guess who came up front? Kenya. The Minister of Foreign Affairs from Kenya released a statement on his Twitter talking about that. You know, we are going to lead. And it just says that 1,000 police from Kenya, they'll be in that troop to lead that invasion of Haiti. And mind you that why this create a lot of confusion and anger towards a lot of Africans, because Haitian revolution is what actually initiated the end of slavery in that side. So Haiti, it plays a big part when it comes to the fight of slavery of our people. So seeing that these are our people, these are African descendants out there, but seeing how another African nation can actually barge into this propaganda and the decision by the US to invade Haiti and be there that, okay, we are ready, we're going to invade, it created a lot of confusion, a lot of anger. I need to lay down that foundation of why we are having this discussion today. And we're here to find answers. We're here to hear different opinions, especially first and foremost from Kenyans. I already have my brother here, Ombaba Kenya. I'll bring him in soon after raising a word of prayer, because this session is hot, all right? And I need to pray for this, for the wisdom of Almighty God to fall on us today. And hopefully at the end of this conversation, we'll have some answers to come along with. So we're here to just start this conversation. It's a difficult conversation, but we have to start this conversation to hear from the people of Kenya. It's very important. And also eventually to hear from Africans. All right. This is the president that have been standing for Pan-Africanism, for Africanism. And that's why we are having this conversation, even though I am, not Kenyan, but we're Africans, right? All right. So I'm going to raise a word of prayer and I'll have my brother here coming in. All right. God, I thank you for today, and I thank you for this conversation. Thank you that we're going to have this talk about Kenya, specifically about the leadership right there. And I just pray for your wisdom, and I just pray for your presence, and I just pray for your understanding, and I just pray for the revelation that comes straight from your spirit. Because God, our desire and our plan is not to destroy, is not to divide, but to unite. That's the reason why we are having this conversation. We might agree to disagree, but what matters is our people. We must see our people united, both inside the continent and outside the continent. What is happening here in the continent and outside of the continent, like Haiti, we want to see peace. And we want to see our leaders and our countries coming together in solidarity and to stand with one another. So I invite you here right now. In Christ's name, Jesus, I pray. Amen. Another thing I forgot, another thing is the deal that it was supposed to be done between European Union and East African Community. There was a deal that was supposed to be done between Community of East African and also European Union. But what happened is the Community of East African, they refused. They did not agree before because they did not accept the terms and everything. But again, Kenya, they actually went ahead with that deal behind East African Community. So the East African Community did not agree together, but Kenya, they went ahead and signed that deal, which also raised up a lot of concerns, especially among the leaders in East African Community, because they did not know, and it just happened like that. And it was supposed to be a deal of all countries together as East African Community. So the question came out that, are you really for the unity of our community? Then why are you making moves like this alone, separately, while we were supposed to do it together? We did not agree with this deal because we did not see that it's beneficial for our countries, for our people. But why are you doing that on your own? Why are you going ahead and sign that deal on your own? If it's not beneficial for us as a community, it's not beneficial for you. And since we are promoting One Africa, we are promoting East African Community, we need to move together. But if you start making moves like that alone, then you're leaving us, we don't know what to do. Are we together or you're on your own? That's another thing that also brought about confusion to our people about the stand of Kenya's government and specifically the president of Kenya, William Ruto. All right, I believe I laid down a lot of information here, and there might be a lot of them you guys can comment, but I want to see Kenyans, first and foremost, Kenyans coming here and say something. I reached out, I said this at the beginning, I reached out on our social media, but I did not receive, I only received one Kenyan. And I'm going to bring him here right now to speak about it. So if this is the only Kenyan, I don't want to blame, I don't want to complain from anybody. I'm going to bring in some other people here. I'll share the link in the comment section. They'll come and they'll share. But I hope to hear from Kenyans first. It's very important. All right, my brother Ombaba, you're here, right? I'm going to bring you in right now. How are you, brother?
I'm good, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, man. Where are you right now?
I'm in Nairobi, Kenya.
Nairobi, Kenya. It's good to have
We
you,
are
man.
pushing on with life.
Yeah, yeah. And
It
I
is.
appreciate, man. I appreciate for reaching out and for being ready to address this thing. Why do you think people are not ready to address this? Yeah, Kenyans, I mean specific.
You see, in Kenya, you have to first of all remember that as much as we say that it is a free country and that
Yeah,
maybe democracy is practiced,
mm,
sometimes still we have to admit or agree to the fact that it so happens all the time there are people who control even the media where people are supposed to know what is happening around the world.
yeah,
Now, if you switch on to the morning show, the
mm,
evening show in the major TV stations in the country, all you
mm,
will hear is, of course, people discussing the cheap politics that is happening around. And
mm,
there's a very little segment of time left for important information.
yeah,
You also have to remember that the youth in the country, and this is something that I say with a lot of conviction, being a product of it.
yeah,
We have been raised and exposed to Western style of living, and
yeah,
therefore really to imagine that there's something coming out of the other side that is so terribly wrong sometimes is very hard to admit,
mm,
considering that it has not been provided in the curriculum. So even social media, we are still really, it's as if there's something blocking us from accessing information from West Africa, but a lot of
yeah,
information from America, England, but mostly in the United States.
yeah,
So you do not expect people who are not really consuming information about what is happening just the next country, leave alone West Africa, just in
mm.
Tanzania, just in Uganda. Somebody will tell you, I really don't know much about this, but then they know much about what is happening in. I think I've lost you. I've lost
Oh,
you.
I'm here. I can
Okay.
hear you and I
So
can
people
see you.
really don't know what's happening. And so they do
Yeah,
not really get to put much weight on it. And therefore, they do
yeah,
not ask the government to be accountable because they
yeah,
have no
yeah,
information really.
yeah,
Yeah. Also, really, another thing that you have to remember, the
mm,
last one,
yeah,
this say about the matrix.
mm,
So we are
yeah,
busy trying to survive. Seriously, you have to get the rent, water bills, electricity, and really this much time left for somebody to come and
yeah,
consume what really matters. And that's a big problem. So we
yeah,
have little time to discuss this.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Absolutely,
know whether
absolutely.
I've
So let's
answered that question properly.
very well, man. So let's just dive in right away. All right, you heard my introduction. You heard the concerns of Africans. I received those messages. We received those comments in our videos, the videos that it shows the president of Kenya and everything. Some of them, I'm gonna say, some of them, they even, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe you guys are watching here, but I'm always keeping 100%. Some of them, they even dare to tell me that I should not post him on YouTube channel. My response was very clear that, well, we'll keep posting him because we're not biased. We'll post everyone, and you guys can judge for yourself. You can see what we post. You can comment. You can say something, but we'll do that. Because at the end of the day, we cannot. I mean,
Yeah,
we cannot know that there's a huge portion of people, Kenyans, who are, you know, behind him. Also, there's a huge portion of people who are not, behind him. We acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, we must move forward. This is the president of the country, and if we have an opinion, we can talk like this. But also, what is more important is that how can we move forward in the midst of this? So, I just want to hear your opinion, man, on what I shared, and what is your stand as a Kenyan, from Kenyan perspective, you as a Kenyan, you as an individual, what is your opinion about all these moves? I don't know who you support, and we don't need to know that, but I just want to know your opinion on this, on these moves that the president of Kenya or the government of Kenya has been making.
well. Sometimes it's hard to believe that even within the country, people as confused as everybody else in the continent. You might not believe that, because there's a lot that comes with the flowery speeches, and there's, most of the people who really voted the president in really were the young people, and they were really attracted to the style that he used to deliver his manifesto. And we loved it so much, and he was quite coherent. I mean, his rhetoric is just top notch. So he addresses the issues quite articulately and point on. He's always on spot. So you don't see such kind of a person really getting it wrong the first 3 months. So those of us who really, I'll say really, I supported him, I voted him, I campaigned for him. Sometimes we answer the questions because now people know, some of us really love politics, so people know that you supported somebody and now they are really messing up and they're even contradicting the very thing that you said. It is happening even in the country where you see that the cost of living is skyrocketing, and all we can talk about is the trips. There was a release that came. That we are really spending a lot on foreign trips, and even within the country is really moving around a lot. However, we don't know the end game to this, because every time we are told that we have to wait for one more month. It's now 1 year, and he's not really walking the talk. However, as a Kenyan who will say that I've observed him, although not for long, since at least 2007, as much as I was a young boy, I've been observing him. I'll say that he likes strategizing a lot. And most of the times, more often than not, he has really been able to achieve whatever he wants. So it might be he is not walking the talk, but let us look at the factors that might have been pressing him towards the direction that he's taking right now, which is totally contradicting to what he stands for. If you are keen, you will realize that there are a lot of Kenyans abroad, and especially in the United States of America. You will be surprised that Tom Mboya, the late, who was assassinated some time back, airlifted some 81 students under the Kennedy. It was a Kennedy program that airlifted, that started to airlift Kenyan students to the United States. That is when the ties between Kenya and the United States really solidified. Now, if you're keen, you'll also realize that among the 81 Kenyans who were lifted the very first time, there came the father of Barack Obama, and all this has been built on that. And if you look at around the East Africa region, it's only Kenya that has been able to relatively have successful US kind of democracy. So you can imagine how much compromise has really been happening all this time. Now, on the issue of the Kenyans who are abroad and the money that might be coming in on because of that and their safety, because me and you have educated me for the longest time that these people give you two choices, and if you don't choose their side, then they say that you're the enemy. And that is the fact. And maybe he's trying to take it a little bit slow. That is now giving him the benefit of the doubt, because really right now we have been thrown to a very it's a confusion. Really, it's a confusion from what he's saying within the country, the promises that we say that this is what we want to do, but then it is just politics. It's still the same campaign rally. So we don't know whether it's going to represent us like that for the next 5 years, or something might change, owing that he is a smart person. On the issue of you mentioned the issue of Haiti, and that is a very, very much sensitive issue. And I know that even the Kenyans now, the few that we talk, the few who we say now are awoken by Mike, and the few YouTubers who are really trying to enlighten us about what is going on. We have to say that we have to agree to the fact that even before he was president, Kenya already had a military deal with the United States. We have a military base here. We have we've even seen a documentary that was aired by one of the main TV stations here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So we are in alliance with these people. It's been
So
there
those
for
are.
a long time, and
So you mean
maybe yes, sorry.
on Baba. So you mean
Yes, yeah.
in Kenya there's a U.S. military base in Kenya?
I do not know whether it is totally controlled by the US, but we know that the British and the US forces do check their exercises here. So I do not know where they could check that if it's not in a barrack in some part of the northeastern part of Kenya. So
Okay.
these are things that are already there, and we he's maybe looking around and trying to check again. Mike, I do not know whether you've led before, and if you've led before, I don't know whether you're getting me. My connection is a little bit unshaky, but in leadership, you might be very much enlightened. And Ruto, we have to agree, all of us, that he is really smart. Now we do not. Yes, sorry.
I was just saying that Patrick Real Estate, he said that yes, they do in Manda Bay, and they fly their drones all over Kenya too.
Yeah,
so for him, he said
given
that
us the
US they have military base in Manda Bay.
Thank you for confirming. That is the name. That is the name. I agree. I cannot disagree with that. So these are things that I'll surprise you, Mike. The first time I texted you, I think it was on a comment. It was on a comment on a video that you had done. And then you sent me the link. You sent me your email address and sent the link. Now, some of the things that I've gathered since I think early in the year until now, that's when I'm realizing that we've been living a lie. You cannot believe. I'm very mad, and some of the Kenyans who will get to know this in future will be very mad that they are taught the opposite of what they should know. Yeah. And you do not know. Who knows? Maybe among those people, we have been educated by these people. Now, we do not know what style Ruto might be thinking, being a product of the system that all of us are a product of. He might also be admiring these people the same way. He might be admiring these people the same way. And I've read a book called The Education of the Negro, something of the sort. And there's a part where they say that the Europeans and the Americans decided that they have to control the mind of an African. And they did it quite well. Right now, they do not have to worry about how we are going to behave. They know exactly how we think. And this problem now, whereby you realize that if you're the only leader who knows what is happening, really happening, and if you listen to what even the president of Russia says, you realize, oh, okay, I've been sleeping. CNN has been lying to me all the time. A lot of Kenyans, a lot of people might agree to that. Now, it is important that when you start to prepare for a revolution, because it is going to be a revolution in the end, you need to have more people who are informed. The army should be more informed. Now, maybe that is what Ruto is doing, trying to buy us time, because at least Kenyans, most people in the East Africa region are now having the network connection, which is a good thing. And now people are getting to know, oh, this is happening. Now, the next time the president is going to say something, maybe now strongly saying that we need to, move away from the West, what might happen is most likely there'll be more people rallying behind him. But right now, I'll tell you that if I walk out here, just outside my blog, and tell the people what I've learned from even you, people will tell me it's a lie. So what fight will I fight? Alone. We don't know anything. You can't believe it. I'm from university. I'll say I'm educated. The creme de la creme of the society. The creme de la creme of the society wants to go to where we are told there's milk and honey. In the real sense, I'm told, as we have come to learn, things are not as rosy as they look. It's quite
Baba, that's the sad. That's the sad side of our countries, that we are not really informed because the media is not playing on our side. Like, I say the same thing in my country as well. Like, if you become a president, then all the media in the country, they back you up. Like, even independent media, they become like the government medias. They cannot say anything against the government. They cannot question anything, because if you question, you might even be like locked up. Not even locked up, but your media might be stopped. So a lot of medias, they don't talk about anything. Like, things that I talk about here in Swahili Nation, I am the only media that I talk about these things in Tanzania and in most of countries here. I am the only one that talk about this in the way I talk. If I show you the messages of people who come and to advise me that please don't talk about it, stop. It's a lot. We have a lot of medias like this. We have a lot of YouTubes. Most of them are famous. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. They never question. They never said anything because, first of all, because of course they're afraid that they'll be taken down, which it might happen even to us, but we use the time as much as we have. God has given us this time to speak. We're going to speak and we're going to do that. That's our purpose, right? So what is happening in Kenya is happening here too. People, they don't know what is happening because the media is saying something else. And that's the same thing we see with CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC, right? Everything that is coming from those news is the propaganda of the West, right? So the confusion that is coming right now to a lot of people, even I'm surprised that you said even people in Kenya as well, in the country also, they are confused just like everybody else, because they're like, okay, what's really going on? We have hope, we believe, but what's really going on, right? And that's the face of our people everywhere, and that's why we're having this conversation, because we want to clear that out. So let me just invite everybody here in the comment section as we continue to have this conversation. I still want to have more Kenyans to have a different to have different opinion, I mean, from anyone. We are still hearing from our brother, but if there's any Kenyan there, I shared the link in the comment section for you guys to come and to have your thoughts, to have your idea before I invite anyone else. But since they're not coming, feel free. For other guys, feel free to come. The link is in the comment section. Feel free to come to continue this conversation. Yes, Ombaba, can you hear me? Ombaba, can you hear me? I'll read the comment from Patrick Real Estate. He was adding, he said that in addition to the Manda base, the U.S. also has a number of other facilities in Kenya, including a base at Camp Simba, which is located near the border with Somalia. Also, he said the Manda base was established in 2011, and it has been expanded in recent years. The base is now home to a variety of U.S. military personnel and aircraft, including drones. All right, so all those stuff. It's kind of surprising because it usually have a lot of Kenyans in this channel. I mean,
Mike.
Yes.
There's something else.
Yeah.
And I do not know whether it is I don't know. Are we cast? I don't know whether we should now really discuss this and pray more, because those who are in power have less reason than those who are not. It's quite unfortunate, really, especially now that it's the youth who have the knowledge, and you do not know what to expect in the next. People are going to be impatient. However, our president, President Ruto, I'll tell you for free that his talk and what he does is different, and there's been some silence. There's some silence if you compare the speeches that he made early in the year and the speeches he's made now. They are more subtle. I think people who pay attention can agree with me.
Of course.
Now, there's a program we rolled out just recently, and it's very disturbing, and I wish that somebody else from the government could try to help us understand what it is. They have partnered with, I do not like the company. I do not think any African likes the company, Johnson & Johnson.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. And you see, it's when you're walking the streets and people, now the normal people, let me call them the normal people.
Mm.
They are happy that that initiative has come. And there's you, one person out of 1,000 people in the streets who knows what exactly Johnson and Johnson means. Do you know how helpless you feel? And you know, that's the time I normally say I go back to SNOA group, and because people at least there, they know what's happening. And
Yeah.
let me tell you this now. I'll shock you. I'll shock you the resistance that we really face. The few of us who've really seen what is happening.
Mm.
I shared a certain. I've been sharing some of the links that you share and the people in the group share, the SNOA group.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a group that we want to register a political party for the country. Now, I've been sharing, and then one time, just last Friday, on Thursday, somebody tells me, "What is it with you with the West, people from the West? They brought us religion, they brought us education, they brought us technology, and you hate them every day."
Mm.
I told him, "No, calm down." He told me, if you told me to calm down right now, you're going to tell me to calm down in your mother tongue, because you at least you shouldn't use the foreign language. And I wondered,
Yeah.
now this is somebody who will one day want to have a political seat, and most
Yeah.
likely he might have this political seat.
Mm.
Now, what happens if this person are still not paid attention, given somebody a second to listen to what they have to say about this thing they've believed for decades and decades?
Mm.
So we need more platforms, I think, like these ones. We need to link, because again, I've told you, when you're 1 in 1,000, you only need to look for somebody else and somebody else, and we are scattered across the planet. Now, if we can use the technology here, maybe we can create more awareness. And the information trickles down.
Yeah.
I know something, tomorrow somebody knows something. By the end of maybe 5 years, there will be an army that knows exactly what is happening. So we
Yeah.
cannot afford to give up. We can only afford to what you do. Really, it has inspired me. I'm always indoors too, trying to pay attention to what is happening, so that
Yeah.
maybe when the time comes also, we can spread more and more of this, people know, so that the conversation we can have about the international politics will be more
Yeah.
informed than what it is now. Right now, people don't know anything, and they are graduates I'm talking about, even politicians. So it's sad. It's very sad.
Absolutely. Baba, thank you so much for your insight. I want to go to Team Tene, but before I go to Team Tene, I want to read one comment and address to this is Wilse Sushana. She says, "Hello, my brother. You're doing a great job. I am a Haitian citizen. The West always played in our mind. They portrayed my country as the country in the world." Wilse Sushana, I'm wondering if you're available to come on the live stream. I would love to have a conversation with you as well here right now, to also ask you of you about what we are talking, because it also touched you guys, our brothers and sisters in the Haiti. I would love to ask you, and I would love to, we can dive into that as well to mix up all this conversation. I think it's very important. Tim Tene, welcome to the session, brother. Are you also from Kenya? Oh, you're muted, brother. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself? All right. All right, all right. We lost him again. So yeah, I don't even know what to say, man.
There's
Well,
something you addressed.
yeah, there's something I addressed, but there's something also you addressed at the end. What was it? Can you just, what were you saying? There's something you said, and I think I had something to say about it.
What was it? What was it? My thoughts are really flowing to the next thing. So
Anyways,
maybe
yeah,
we'll
like
come back to it. Obviously, we'll come back to it. There's a deal
definitely,
you talked about. There's a deal you talked about.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Um,
I
there's a
think
deal
that
you
was
talked
the
about. The
East
one that
African.
Kenya took and
Yeah, with the
really,
European
you know.
Union. Yeah, yeah. That thing, that issue. Me personally, initially, like
Uh-huh.
when I saw it, I was like, oh, you know what? Okay, Kenya have done that. I have no problem like with any country doing any deal or anything. But I was not aware with the issue of EAC and EU as well. So when I was doing some research, I figured out that EAC and EU, they did, I mean, they were supposed to sign that deal a long ago, and they hesitated. They did not do it because they did not like the terms and everything. It was not beneficial exactly for, the EAC. So they said, okay, we're not going to sign this until, there will be some changes. But, unfortunately, I mean, I don't know if unfortunate or fortunate, but for the entire community, it's unfortunate that, Kenya, they went, specifically the government of Kenya went behind the back and signed the deal without even informing the EAC. So the leaders were confused as well. Like, how can you do this? And this is something that we're supposed to do together, right? I would like to hear your thoughts, because I've also heard some thoughts of, Kenyans. There are people who are happy about it, that, oh, we got to take advantage of our thing and we took it. So you guys are too slow. You know what I'm saying? I heard things like that. But, what are your thoughts? And Tim Tene is back as well. I think he's having issues with
internet. Well, I think I'll do it, then he'll talk after that. So this is it. I do not remember the exact date when the deal was taken. Do you have the date there?
The date? No. I don't have. But it was. Okay. I think it was like last month.
Okay. Yeah, because but we'd heard about it even before. I think it had already. I think it's actually from last month. However, what happens is. So what happens is the pressure that comes with governance. Now, within Kenya, after the elections, there was a lot of opposition.
Yeah.
Mike, you have to agree with me that United States of America really loves where there's even a little bit of instability. Now, this is what happens. If there is an opposition, the opposition and the president is trying to lean towards a different kind of trajectory, what's going to happen automatically? The United States is going to come and take sides. Now, this was my analysis. I do not know about what the rest of the Kenyans will think about it. But that's the time I saw Ruto crumbling completely. It was just as if during there was the Mandamano. You had that Mandamano.
Yeah.
The Mandamano thing to me sounded like, any Mandamano that starts and there's violence, just know that the United States somehow had a way to do with it. And they do that to put pressure on the sitting president, not to affect the agendas of the people, but their agendas. And you see, after the Mandamano died, we have seen both leaders now, the president and the opposition, all of them, miraculously, they are towards the United States. Now, this is a self-interest. And now what happens is a president is forced to take a deal at the expense of Kenyans and their reputation to the people of other countries that are our neighbors. That's because, when this deal is being signed and Kenyans are not being notified about it. It's not like we know anything about it. In fact, Kenyans in the comment section will attest to this, that 90% of them do not know about the deal. Now then, that comes to a question of where the sovereignty, because everything is being decided, very important, vital decisions are being decided on their behalf without their own consent. Also, there is a question of loans. Kenya has been always leaning towards the United States and the Western countries, being the fact that it was colonized by them. Now, the loans, as it's been said, and I might agree to some extent, because there's some research I've done on some books. There's some books I've read, and truly, most of the loans from the IMF were to mature around this period up to 2020 and 2030. So maybe the president, because you know what happened in Ghana, maybe the president now is being forced to sell out his vision first and save his face, because saving the economy is the only thing that will make him be voted again next time. That's how Kenyans operate, really. As much as people, Kenyans know that we are going to vote on terms of merit now. We are really becoming mature very fast. And I thank God. I don't know how it happened miraculously, because when my Ugandan friends normally say, I wish that we had the kind of democracy you have. So all we can do right now is assume that maybe he inherited a lot of baggage, and it is really making him the remarks that he made, which to me right now seem premature. He was to make those remarks after he had mobilized most of the Kenyans and most of the Africans, at least even our neighbors first, you know, so that now when you say that this is what I stand for, the loans, everything, these things, you know, we want to proper access to loans, and those loans should be given to us at affordable interest rates, reparations, all these things. But you need a force behind you. I do not know how long it will take, but I pray that there is a relative peace around the region, so that we have more youths getting more informed and getting more informed. And you never know. You know, when you cannot control the mind of the people, now you have the people.
I wanna ask you these 3 questions about President William Ruto. First, what do you think? Do you think he was with the US from the start, but people, they did not see it? Second, or he was not with them from the start, but somehow they got to him right now, and we see the changing of behaviors? Or third, that he's not with them, even though we see these behaviors, but he's not with them. What do you think?
What I think is, as long as there's pressure as it is, there's a lot of pressure for him, even within the country. There's a lot of pressure. So as long as this pressure is there, we cannot know for he's going to deal with the US. That is for sure. I do not know why he has chosen the United States. I really do not know. But I think he's gonna be with them now. However, it's politics,
So,
Mike.
It's
politics.
Still, Baba, you did not answer my question. I got 3 questions. That first, he was not with the US before. Like that means he was not influenced by them. In a way, he was not with them at all at the beginning, but somehow they got to him right now. So we see the changing of behaviors. Or he was with them from the very beginning, but we just did not see it. We ignored it. But right now it's become vivid. We see it. Or the third, that he's not with them at all. But this is just politics, playing games and all those stuff. But he's not with them. He's those are 3 questions that I'm asking. Which one
was from the United States from the first from the very beginning? Let's start from that. I was listening to PLO Lumumba. There's a podcast he did, and he commented on it. He said,
I wish I can have this conversation with him.
We should make arrangements, really, because you might ask him. He might be knowing a lot about that. But he said
about the president of Kenya. Just like this, what I'm saying right now, I'd love to have a conversation with him. Because he's the one person that I can trust. He's not gonna be biased about it. You know what I'm saying?
So he said that, and I saw it, but at that time I never really got to question it. He said that the Kenyan presidents, there's a place they go in the United States just prior to the elections, and you know, whether it is Raila, whether it is Ruto, you know, those were the 2 horses of the election last time. Those were the 2 determinants of who was going to be president. They go to the United States, and I do not know what they do there. And when they come back, if you've seen them go, one of them is going to be president. So I do not know whether when they go there, that is when they're initiated, or before that. I do not know that. Also, where saying that he was with them from the beginning, it is hard to establish that, because we've said that we have grown in a society where we are really influenced by the Western society, the politicians, the business class, the students, everybody really. So if you are not fully awoken, really, you might be naturally inclined to the United States until you have the proper information. But for him, of course, being in the privileged position that he is, I believe that he surely should be doing better in all matters in the international community, because he's plundering big time. He's really plundering big time, and we are not comfortable with it. Some of us are not comfortable with it because we believe that the unity of Africa is the only way even Kenya's prosperity can be assured. If we are not, because we have a lot of Burundi people here, we have a lot of Ugandans here, and they say we are doing well. Now, if they are not doing well and we have just Kenya doing well, are we not going to overload just Kenya? We need to decentralize all these resources so that everybody really gets to benefit that. And maybe I don't know whether Ruto is going to understand that language, but maybe he will. Maybe we'll ask him about these questions now.
Yeah, I want to ask you this as well. I don't know. I've heard about this. What about the issue with? I've heard about this from someone from Kenya, but I'm not sure. That's why I want to ask about the legalize of LGBTQ community in Kenya. Is that a news? Is that like really what happened, or is just propaganda? People are talking about it.
What about the? I mean, again, it was surrounded with a lot of controversy because the vice
legalized in Kenya. So I really don't know if that's the truth, because I don't see that news. But is that the truth, or is just some? Is really Kenya allowed that?
What Kenya allowed, or what it was supposed to allow in the courts, what the court said, because really some of us, almost 80% of Kenyans are not for it.
Yeah,
Kenyans are not they are against LGBTQ completely, really. But what happened is they said that the LGBT community should be allowed to have gatherings in their designated areas, and they should also be able to register for the movement. So of course we cannot distinguish between this and that. But now what happens? But now what happens is this: there's a lot of pressure from now the Kenyans themselves. You have to agree with me that the former president really stated the position of the country. We do not know what has happened to the president, the current president, because we didn't really expect that. But a lot of people are trying to push that there's no further implementation of these laws that really uphold LGBTQ. Yeah, oh, man, that is it. That is the situation.
I heard this from someone from Kenya told me this, but I did not agree. I said, I don't see that news. Nobody's talking about it. So I feel like it's strategic that, news is not talking about this. This is bad. No. Let me just say this. Okay, I said at the beginning, I'm not taking side, but in this matter, this is bad. Legalizing this organization to be there and to have their whatever their match and everything, man, this is bad. That means it's legalizing it. And how does that look? And especially for East African community, because you have Uganda who said no, right? And they received the backlash of sanction. In the same community, you have Kenya who, basically legalizing that. Of course, a lot of people, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about these, who are legalizing this thing, right? And also you have other countries that they did not show their stand, like, my country, all right? And some other countries are out there. We have Rwanda, we have Burundi, and some other African countries. You don't see anything about this. Man, this is bad. I had no idea but that is bad.
Mike, have you been to Kenya?
I haven't been to Kenya yet, but I want to go there.
But you've been to the United States. Have you been to the United States?
No. I haven't been there as well. I don't know if I'll be able to come there after this.
A lot of people in the United States who've traveled to Kenya say that our culture right now, our current culture, is very much conducive for them to be to stay. If that is the case, then you can imagine how many of foreigners from the western side of the world coming in to influence all this, and a lot of young people. you know, it's a means to get rich. I don't know whether you know that. I don't know whether it's the same in
Of course.
Tanzania.
I know that. I know that very detailed because I know those movements even here where I am. There's a very secret movement to give, like, to train people, to train young people, you know, to give people money because of that. The easiest way of making money, if you start your organization, you must support that. You get money like crazy. Like you get rich tomorrow, right? But this happening because I remember I share here a video with member of the parliament how they spoke about it. I share those videos. They're here on Swahili Nation. They're opposing that 100%. And even we heard from the vice president of Kenya as well. He opposed it. He spoke about it like openly. But now hearing this, that this man, this is bad. This doesn't look good.
It is really uncomfortable, and it's making us very angry. It's really making us angry out here because
all right,
we are not on that level right now.
Okay, let me hear from Team Tene, since Team Tene is having really hard time to be disconnected. Team Tene, let me know, man, where are you right now? And are you Kenyan? Are you from Kenya?
Yes, I'm a Pan-African from Kenya, and I'm in Nairobi City at the moment.
All right, I appreciate, man. You heard the conversation, what we are talking about. I just want to hear your thoughts. You know, what do you feel about this? What do you think about it as a Kenyan? And yeah.
All right. Even as Ombaba Kenya said earlier that for President Ruto, many youths were with him. And let me say that he has a very smooth tongue. He knows how to speak the language of the youth. And now when it gets to now doing the job, it becomes next week we will do it. Next month we will do it. But when now it comes to the actual work, we are seeing some difficulties. And when we see him speaking in the international levels, like how he came across, speaking blatantly about the World Bank, about the IMF, talking to Macron directly, we see him being as a Pan-African. But now when we come back home, we don't see the results. In fact, I'm actually surprised when you say that we were going to Europe as a bloc, as EACC, and then Kenya went in the backwards and signed the contract. I'm surprised as a Kenyan. I'm really surprised because that does not show the brotherhood that we saw with Mali, with Burkina Faso, and with Niger. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I appreciate, man. I appreciate your thoughts, and I appreciate, you know, what you think about it. I heard that concern, you know, from a lot of people, and maybe that's the reason why we're here as well, talking about him, because we, from the very beginning, we saw how he's standing up with Africa and all those speeches and everything, and you know, we support anything like that. But when we see different actions that are, you know, they're very questionable, we would like to know that, you know, what's happening. Before I come to doing Gavi TV, I would love to give a chance to Asaf Ben Judah. Judah, you know, where are you joining from? And yeah.
No, I'm speaking from London. I'm of Jamaican heritage, but I've got deep connections to Africa. I've been married to a wife from Ghana for over 30 years now, and I'm familiar with the situation in West Africa. And I'm a More of a Messianic congregation, Torah Kipi Messianic congregation in London. I'm one of the Mores. And I'm not going to talk about religion right now. I'm going to talk about the political situation on the ground as I see it in Kenya. Your president in Kenya is only offering constructive opposition to the Europeans, in that he says the right things, but he's not doing the right things. He's not on the same page as the other African leaders. And South Africa and Kenya and Nigeria at the moment, you know, two big, huge players, are not on the same page as the other African countries. And that presents some problems to them. But let me tell you, I've spoken to kings and I've spoken to chiefs from one side of Africa to the other side of Africa. Last meeting was with West Africa on Saturday. And I am telling you the facts of life. If they don't pull their own weight, you young people are going to kick them out and move them aside, because you young people are not only exponentially well educated now and well politicized, but you have seen the oppression of yourself and your ancestors, and the wealth of Africa's underneath your feet. And there is no reason why you should be subjugated to foreign powers when you can take control of your own power. As I am saying right now, you have the power as young people to determine how your country is going to develop politically. And us in the diaspora, we can support you by promoting Africa and showing that Africa is not as how it's portrayed in the media and also throughout academia. And as I congratulate you on the channel that you have. It's reaching a lot of people worldwide. And you young people, it's your time now. And the older leaders need to step aside, you know, and let you guys take over. As an older leader myself, I'd like to be back in Africa with you guys in charge of the economy, with one currency, one army, one people on one page. We've just seen how the joining of 3 African countries together has impacted the whole world and have brought fear to NATO, has brought fear to France, and has brought fear to ECOWAS. Right now, as we're speaking, there's insurrection on the ground with the strikes in Nigeria, and also President Kufuor, who is supposed to be my president because I'm a Ghanaian now, you know, there's insurrection in his country because he's offering constructive opposition, the same as your leader in Kenya, the President Ruto, also in Ivory Coast, is not pulling his weight either. And all these presidents are going to find themselves in dire trouble. And because the West knows that, they're trying to reduce their investments and their contributions in Ukraine now, because they know that the longer that their resources and their army is drained in Ukraine, that the more Africa is slipping out of their grasp. I'm sorry that I went on for so long, but thank you for having me. And I'm going to get out of your room now.
No, Asaf, I'm glad you talked that. You know, I'm really glad that you came and shared that. I mean, you are a brother, and I just really appreciate, man, because we really need to know all this, you know, side of the stories and to hear from our people. So I really appreciate, and you don't have to feel that way that, you know, you took a long time or, you know, you need to leave. If you still have more, you can still continue to talk. It's all right.
Yeah, I will just end by saying that the disagreement and the hate that we used to have between each other as brothers and compatriots, you being an African and me being of British-born Caribbean descent, is now gone. And we're on one page now, and we're seeing ourselves as one people. And I hope that it will continue. Thank you very much for having me, and shalom everyone in the room, and I'll continue to listen.
I appreciate it, Sal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I'm gonna have Doing Gavi TV, you know, coming next. Yeah, how are you, Sal? And where are you joining from? You can have a flow. You are muted, so we don't hear anything at the moment. All right. So before that, since we did not hear anything, before I go to Gavizim Gula, please allow me first to have my sister here. We'll see her because I've been waiting for her for a long time. And she is from the Haiti, right? And we are talking about what President Ruto actually has. Kenya has announced that they are going to lead the international team to invade Haiti. But it's so good that we have actually someone from Haiti, and it will be amazing to just hear her insight, what she has to say about. First of all, what I would love to know, will say, is about Haiti. What is happening there right now for people who do not know? What really has been going on the ground? And then I'm going to go ahead to hear as well your opinion and what you guys feel about Kenya leading the troops that will be invading their Haiti. Wilson, welcome.
Yes, thank you, my brother. Thank you, you also as my African brothers. And I said again that you are doing a great job. So my name is Wealthy, and I am a Haitian. And right now I'm living in America. I'm not living in America. I'm living in Rwanda, but
Okay.
I am Haitian. Because like I have to come back to my roots. So what's going on in Haiti right now? It's a turmoil from the Western countries that doesn't like Haiti, doesn't like the Haitian people. So they're trying to destroy that entire population of Haitian people so they can take over the land, the island. We have our border, it's almost like Rwanda and Congo. So that's how our island is right now in Haiti. So they want the Dominican Republic to just come and take over the country of Haiti. And as you all probably know, Haiti was the first Black independent country.
Yeah.
So all they want to do now is like they want us to pay for what we did as getting our freedom and help them to get their own freedom. Because Dominican Republic is not an independent country, because we Haitian, we the one that help them out to give them that piece of that island that they live in. But the Western trying to play their game because of the color, as the racism, the Nazi as they are. So they're just trying to destroy the entire population by giving our own people, as they always do in every place in Africa, in every Black countries, arm them and to go kill each other. So as Haitian, we're trying to tell them, no, enough is enough. We're not going to allow that to happen. And that's the reason why they take the President Ruto and ask him to add other Black countries to form a group so they can go and invade Haiti, just not to, give security to the Haitian people, but to give security to the mulattoes, to the elite of the country, and to protect all the minerals, the golds that we have in the country. That's all they want. And we all know as Haitian who is in charge of that, but I'm not gonna mention the name while we're in the air for security purposes. But now we are, all the Haitian people are rised up and said enough is enough. We've been colonized by the French. We've been colonized by the America. They did nothing for the country. All they doing is forming gang, killed, raped, destroy schools, hospitals, everything. So I'm just hoping that President Ruto, that I look up to as a African man and a smart person that was fighting or trying to do best that he can for Kenya. So I hope that he doesn't allow the Western, the European, to use him to go and invade Haiti in a wrong way. So I'm hoping that when he gets to Haiti, or if he happened to go to Haiti, because they were supposed to go last week, so now they changed. They said they're going back. They're going to Haiti in 2024. So hopefully, just slow things down and look over what they ask them to do and see it's not in the benefits of our Black people. So, because like the concern is not only Haiti now, the concern is like all the African, all the Black people, because like we Haitian, we came from Africa. So they don't like that, because like there was one of the mulattoes, a business person in Haiti, that called us as bunch of slaves that come from Africa. So we should leave the country and go back to Africa where there's nothing for us to live. So in a way that the Westerners, the mulattoes from Lebanon, there are a bunch of Lebanese that thinking that Haiti belongs to them, you know, so they trying to remove the entire or erase the entire Black population, which they are unable to do so because we are fighters. So we fought, we get freedom. We fought, we help other country to get freedom. So, you know, so I'm just hoping like all our Black African people, I'm not talking Black, but our African brothers and sisters to put their hands together with us in asking President Ruto to just slow down what the Western is trying to tell him to do. Because after they use him, they're gonna go back into Kenya and try to cause chaos. That's all they're trying to do. Wherever they see there's peace or there are things that they can get to better themselves, and then to lower us as Black, as African. So that's all they will do. And then when they finish the propaganda they're having that Africa or Haiti are the poorest country, they have nothing. Meanwhile, they forget that they come to our own island, to our land, to remove what's good for us and enrich themselves. So
can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, because Ruto this thing is doing this on the behest of the Americans or the UN, and from what I gather, they are getting funded. I try to look beyond that, because it depends on the forces that they were sending. They were sending purely African force and Black force to the country. I think if the military that is being sent over is African, we have to consider it from the point of view that it doesn't necessarily matter who is funding it. It's about who is present on the ground. Because the mulattoes are mulattoes. They are not Black. And so if you have African presence on the ground there to preserve the life of fellow Africans, because I've had cases where the Africans have been a kind of distanced from Haiti, that it's like we are keeping them at arm's length, we don't want to help them as much, and I've had a lot of complaints about that. And if this is one of the routes Africans can show up on the continent, because I don't know any other way, because if, let's say, Kenya decided to send soldiers to Haiti to come and assist, you know, like after the death of Moise, people will welcome it normally if that could happen, but the US will not welcome it, because that would be interference in their region and they could retaliate. In short, they will not even let it happen. You see what I mean? But maybe this is a back route to do that same thing. And if that happens, it depends on what they are doing on the ground. You are saying that they're going to use it to protect those people. But from what I gather, their policy is to restore this thing, stability. So is there not a prospect here where some of the people arguing against it may not be seeing things clearly? Because for me, as long as there are no European forces coming with them, there are no Indian forces coming with them, it's purely African. Is it not something that is worth considering?
Yeah. Well, from what is going on is that if my African people, brothers, go to Haiti to help us, to support us, to get away from what is going on right now, that would be awesome. But my worrying is that since the Westerners always try to use us to do their dirty work for them, and then wash their hands, because that's what has been going on in the meeting that they've been taking place in Washington, D.C., is that, and Manhattan in New York, is that that group that they selected. Oh, let me go back to the first thing that you said, like it's not only pure African that they're taking, because like they're adding Italy in there, They're
No,
adding Spain.
Oh, no, that's it. The
Yes.
case closed. No, that's it.
Yes.
No more. That's it. They don't
Yeah,
need
it's
to.
not only our
The moment they bring their own, that's it. It's over. That's
yeah.
colonization.
And
No
then,
way.
and exactly, and then the president of Dominican Republic, who is Lebanese, a mulatto, stated that once that group enter the country, before they step into the Haiti soil, so they have to see him first. So he's the one that have to give them order of what to do. Not the Haitian government, because they know that they already brainwashed the Haitian government. So whatever they want, they get.
Can I ask something? Why maybe the Haitians, see, this is why I think we have to be thinking closely about these things. Because the area that turned me off the mission now is when you mention Italian and other soldiers coming in with them. Why don't the Asians demand pure only African, sub-Saharan African soldiers? No European, no Asian, nobody. Why don't they demand that instead?
Well, they demand that, but I don't know what from our government in Haiti. I can say that clearly, sincerely, we have no government, because all they therefore is just like enriching themselves. Yeah. And then putting guns, like I'm talking about heavily gun war guns that they're putting into the hand of our young men to kill, kidnap, and destroy the country. Because they have to do that for them to be able to send those group of military. But when it comes to that, when they bring the Spain and Italy, that's when the Haitian people said no. Because every time America and France send a group of military in Haiti, by the time they leave, there's a bunch of illnesses. There's a bunch of young people getting pregnant. There's a lot of, and they do nothing. They just go there on vacation. They don't protect anybody in Haiti. They only protect the embassy of Canada, embassy of France, American embassy, and then the gold, that where we have the gold, the minerals. That's all they do. Yeah. So they can see somebody killing somebody on the street. They just pass by.
Mika, let me Mika. Then I'm maybe wondering, did the Kenyan president demand to be the sole force that is going there? You know, like, you know, if it was Kenya, like, if I was a Kenyan man and I want to be sent to Haiti, because I personally, if I was a leader in Africa, I want to go and assist. My instinct is to go and assist Haiti, isn't it? So suddenly they say, oh, we want the Spanish and the Italian soldier. Why can the Kenyan president say, you know what, we don't need their help. Let them stay. Let's only us go.
Well, what you're saying is so true, because based on what the president of Kenya was sharing at the beginning when he became a president, that's what he showed in all of his speech. He's been talking about having, you know, independent Africa. You know, he addressed about all this financial institution, the reformation of that, because it's not really there for Africans. He's talking about even UN, you know, Security Council. He's talking about that. And there's one question that you asked to Niger, that, you know, why Haiti is not asking for, let's say, African countries or African soldiers to come and to support there. This, you know, do you think that US will allow that to happen? Because if we had the really good working Africa Union organization, then Haiti, they don't even need to ask for it, because they already recognize as a part of African Union, because these are brothers and sisters from, you know, African descendants from Africa. So African Union will actually deploy the soldiers from Africa that, okay, go and support our brothers there. But they cannot do that because they are their puppet. If they will dare to do that, you know what will happen. You know, sanction might happen. So
that's the question. Why isn't the African Union saying anything about the matter? That's part of the issues where you can see that they're being exposed, you know, because they should tell Kenya or Ruto to stand down. That's what their responsibilities are. So at this particular time, as we can see, they're keeping their mouth shut.
But why should they tell Ruto to stand down? What they should be telling Ruto to say was that tell America we don't need Spanish, we don't need Italians. We are good. We can do it ourselves. We can even get Ethiopians to come with us. We don't need any of these people. That is the trick. Because now you are not telling them you're not going to go. You're telling them you just don't need the Europeans.
No, but at the same time, yeah, but at the same time, brother, we know the scenario. We know that's the situation, you know. But we also got to hold them accountable for being in so-called leadership of the African Union to take on some of those roles of what they might as well just go and disband the African Union if they're not going to take on the responsibility of addressing some of these African leaders that's stepping out of line, that's out of the policy of the Organization of the African Union. You know, so if you can't reflect that you're a body like the European Union, who would address another European country who's stepping out of line of their organization, it would be addressed. But that shows you how, like Professor Lumumba says, there's a toothless bulldog. That's what's happening with the African Union, you know. But at the same time, you know, I want to just go back on President Ruto. I didn't like the policy. I'm just recently stating that, you know, anybody's coming back, come to a country that is, we all started off there. He's allowing all the Europeans and that, but he's bringing us all into the same, giving us all the same opportunity, rather than just saying us Africans returning back home, us kidnapped Africans returning back home and coming to help build the continent, or coming to help build Kenya, or having a free visa and access to it. He's giving it open to any and everybody, the colonists and the rapists, whatever you want to call them, that's coming into the continent right now, who are part of the financial system of, you might as well say America, because that's where all the economy, all the dollars and funds are reflecting, you know, and devaluing our dollars. So why bring in people who are already financially in power and giving them full access to come into Kenya and to invest in a country where they're able to get some residency, be able to own shit, to own things, and control things again. That's ignorant for them to make that move. It's necessary for us kidnapped Africans to come back and help build. Give us full residency so we can be able to utilize our economic power to develop the continent. I don't understand some of this demo. Some of these African leaders don't even want to get that idea or that concept. You got Nigeria is talking about they want the old bronze heads and all that stuff back because it was stolen and removed from the country in museums. What about having an African turn?
Yeah. Your audio is
but what about having Africans? Say again, Black.
Your audio seems to be a bit choppy.
It's hard to hear you. The audio, it's kind of like, you know, cutting sometimes.
I don't know if I would have to take off the microphone or move closer to the mic, maybe.
Right.
Log out and log back in.
Okay, got you, Black.
Yeah, but before we move on to someone else, Niger, just a second before I give, because we have Caribbean Igbo has been waiting here for a while, and then I will get to you after him. But I wanna finish up first with we'll say Sushana. You know, there's one question here has been asked in the private chat, by the way, that does Haiti have an elaborate plan to control the gang? I'm told that is the excuse to invade Haiti. Like with everything, you've spoken about gang here before, because we see what is happening with Haiti, all these gangs that are attacking everywhere. But from what I've understood is that this is kind of like the same case that is happening in Africa, like funding all these like different groups in Africa to fight against our own people. Is that what's happening in Haiti as well?
Exactly. This is the same thing that's going on in Haiti. So the gang are being sponsored by even like the people from the government, within the police department, within the mulattoes, within the president of Dominican Republic. As I'm talking to you like last Saturday or Friday, So they have like their border are being shut down because like we're building like a dam to have water, so people can water their farm. All right. So now the president of Dominican Republic is so upset about that we have no freedom to do what we have to do on our own land. Meanwhile, they already have 12 established in their own country. So what they did with the border that being shut down, nobody's supposed to go to Dominican Republic or coming out except the Haitian that were living there, killing themselves as slaves, working there, coming out. But what they did, so they shipped how many bags of ammunition to the gang and drugs so they can go and do more damage to the Haitian people. So we have a group of Haitian people, Haitian military, former military people that trying to stay strong to see if they can fight those gang people. But because of lack of materials, lack of weapon, lack of armored car, because whenever they have armored cars, so the police give them to the gang. That's the big deal, big thing going on. So the police themselves are working with the gang because they are within the gang.
Yeah. So as we're diving into this, I would love to hear Caribbean Igbo, but I would love also to hear, your opinion, guys. What will it take for our people not turning against our own people? You know what I'm saying? Because we are obviously being used. Like, okay, we are using one another to. We see this all the time happening in Africa, and sometimes it sounds ridiculous for me. I actually to blame other people because we are the one that are holding guns. We are the one that are killing our own people. We're the one that actually playing the part of doing that, right? And whoever that is behind that, they are clean. We can't even take them to the court because we are the one that actually do something, right? What will it take for us to stop that? Like, it doesn't matter who is trying to fund us, who is trying to help us to kill against one another. What will it take for us to really just not do that? This will just never happen, because as long as we have these people, then we're going to continue to kill one another. And I feel like in this panel, we need to find those solutions. Like what will it take for our people not to hold guns against each other? No matter who is supporting, no matter who is behind it, what will it take? I'd love to hear from Caribbean Igbo, and then I'll go to Niger, and then we'll keep going.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, brother. Welcome.
All right, thank you for having me on here. I've seen this show for maybe a few months. But yeah, it's real. I don't know how it got so big, but the Swahili nation. I'm glad to see some Africans doing something. But I live in Jacksonville, Florida, which is like right above the Caribbean. There's a history with Haiti, but I'm from Nigeria, so we have some connections to Haiti, and we have some military veterans in Jacksonville that they do like ambassador trips to Haiti, to the rural side. And from what I hear, most of the country is secure. It's just the capital that's under control by various gangs that want to control the U.S. government, different governments. So nobody knows what's going on. But the thing with Haiti, it started off as one of the first constitutions it had was an empire, where it was just a bunch of plantations and traditional chiefs, and it was really an African society, and they had connections to Dahomey and the traditional African society. So it was like they were trying to form their own empire, or their own version of the United Nations, where they're calling all the Africans around the world, if you want to be free, come with Haiti. So they still have some of that African tradition that we still visit them from time to time. We can see it up close. I think that's why the West is panicking right now, because you see in West Africa, French-speaking Africa, they're overthrowing democracy. They're saying we don't need it. We can just talk to the grassroots communities. And we have a military, and they're trying to federate. And I know some Haitian Pan-Africanists that are connected to those movements in West Africa. So I think at the end of the day, we have to find our own system of government, our own borders. But I don't think I hope Haiti won't be invaded again. But all these things are connected. We're trying to build our own Berlin Conference, our own United Nations, our own African Union from the grassroots up, because all these things are corrupt from the bottom up. But we're making our own linkages on the grassroots. So everyone should just stay connected. But I don't think Haiti will be invaded. But I think it's all about us going back to our roots. You see the Mali, Haiti. I think they're all working together, trying to build a new Africa. But it'll get better.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that. Brother, I appreciate for your insight. Niger, you go ahead. You're next, brother.
So, people, y'all are not considering that the previous president of Haiti got assassinated in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the current prime minister, acting president, has refused to hold an election in the country. So I agree with the sister that he is probably, helping to create instability in the country to remain in power and, equipping gangs and all this. Now, the United States their interest in Haiti is about raw materials. Same thing in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So cobalt, gold, and other natural resources, all the minerals, rare earth metals are in Haiti. So if they're having difficulties trying to extract these minerals and gold and other raw materials because of the gangs, they need to go in and try to create some type of order in Haiti so they can keep extracting, or I should say exploiting Haiti. Now, they cannot go themselves, because if they go themselves, US troops, it looks bad on world politics. So therefore, let's use a black country, black troops. And that's where Kenya comes into play. And what we don't know, like I said in the previous call, we don't know what the backroom deals are, what Kenya is going to get back in return. That's what we don't know. So Kenya is not there. Kenya is there to help create order. Yes. Kenya is there to support, but Kenya is getting something in return, and US wants to keep that exploitation going, free flow, because who knows how much they're getting for all these minerals they're getting from Haiti. And you have to remember, US is trying to be less dependent on China for these minerals that are in Haiti. So it's very important that they keep exploiting and extracting those minerals, because these minerals are the minerals that power electric cars. They're the same minerals or rare metals that create aerospace metals, so they can go to space, and this aerospace spacecraft will not melt on their way out or on their way back. So these are very vital, important minerals for them, and they are probably getting these minerals for cheap. They're not paying a fair market value for these minerals. So that interest is to protect the mines in Haiti, but they cannot go themselves. For example, if you look at France protecting the mines in Niger, it's causing problems for France, because it's the French soldiers are the ones in Haiti. But if US does the same thing in Haiti, they're gonna face the same backlash in Haiti. So they cannot go themselves. So that's why Kenya is going. But Kenya is not going because they want to help. Kenya is going because they're getting a different deal altogether. So politics is very complex. It's not something that is straightforward. It's very complicated. There's a lot of deals, negotiations that we will never hear about ever in our lifetime that happen behind closed doors. So that's what I wanted to share real quick, and hope what I said makes sense to you all.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I appreciate for your insight. Someone is correcting here. PhD say Ruto, not Kenya. Um, yeah, we all know that a lot of things that are happening in Africa, it has nothing to do with the people. All of us people, that's why we are here. We have our brother Tim Tene from Kenya. We had our brother Mbaba here from Kenya, and Kenyans are also invited to come on this stream to speak out about this. So we are not here against the people of Kenya. Let me say that we're not here against anyone. We're just sharing our opinion and what we think is really happening. I think it's very important to have this conversation and to question as well. To question, because our leaders cannot just make moves that will affect our countries and our people, and then we stay silent. No, we need to question. We need to hold them accountable because we have our people in the Haiti, right? So we need to question these things. And I love the idea if African Union, came up and be like, you know what, we want to go and we want to support our people. We want to make sure that we restore order us as Africans, because these are brothers and sisters we're going there to support. And that would be really amazing. But everything is kind of like mixed up. So we kind of like have this divided attention and we don't know, what to believe, what to take. I'd love to hear from K. Ari, just came out right now. K. Ari, what are your thoughts and your opinion about all of this? And let me just address to this before hear from you, MBVGVC. Well, we are not dividing between the people of Haiti and Kenya, right? That's not our agenda. You've been texting this and commenting this for a while, so just stop. All right, we already read your comments. You don't want me to hold you to remove you for a second so that you will not be able to comment those. But we're not here to bring about division between Haiti and Kenya. If you've been here from the very beginning, you know why we're having this conversation. All right. Okay, so that's just a warning before I put you on hold. Ari, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and indeed, very good work you've been doing. I've been following your channel for quite some time now, and I also recently just signed about Africa Right Now. It's really interesting, and I would wish and also want to encourage many Africans, and indeed all of us from within the motherland and outside, to sign that petition so that we can reach that goal, at least in our lifetime, or as soon as possible. Yeah. About yes, I'm a Kenyan. But I reside outside Kenya. But I'm following quite closely everything that is taking place at home and in our mother continent, as well as, of course, Tanzania. I was a big fan of Magufuli, I must admit. I really loved that guy to death. And it was certain for me as I learned of his pass on. I wish we could live in a time where we are going to have that kind of leader again. I mean, the man who feared nothing, not even death, but he just loved his people and he wanted to work for his people. I mean, it was very good, exemplary. People, you could somehow rank him to Gaddafi's, and even the president of Haiti, the one who was assassinated, he also stood his ground, and so many things he believed in that he wanted to do for the people of Haiti. And now, since his death, we are all seeing all this kind of mess that is happening in Haiti. It's really uncalled for. About what President Ruto is trying to do, I'm just trying to bring in all my thoughts together and try to understand what is it in for, because I don't think if Americans are really up to something good, because whatever is happening in Haiti didn't start today. I mean, you can trace it back all the time when the president, the former president who died, Jose or Moise, or I've just forgotten his name. He also had trouble with Americans. In fact, during the election, before he was elected, I think Americans were funding another guy, not him, someone that they were thinking he would win the presidency. But since Moisepe won, things started looking, or started going south for the people of Haiti, with him at the helm. So all these years, it has been building up, and of course, Americans know what is happening in Haiti, and if they want to cure it or make it for the people of Haiti to work, they would have done it. But I guess there's no interest, and maybe they're up to something that maybe all of us we know, or something, or some of us we don't know. But we know Americans, and you can trace their behavior going on. If you look at what is happening in Ukraine, everybody knows if they stop funding that war will come to an end. But they've chosen to do it, and that's why the war is still going on. I mean, it's quite sad that Ruto will want to put himself in those kind of lethargy, because on the other hand, he's speaking so big, like one Africa, one currency. But I've just come to realize it's blowing hot and cold at the same time, and therefore it's really a hard fella, someone you can trust. It's not someone you can trust. You really have to tread carefully with that kind of person, because at least he could have come out and put a proper statement and tell the people what exactly is going in for Haiti, and what is his stance, and how are they going to bring this peace in Haiti. Because the former police officer, the guy on the street with the people of Haiti, he also has a valid point. He also has a reason as to why he does this. I don't think he's mad just to go on the street and start fighting and building up all these kind of gangs fighting for his country. There must be something behind it. And I wish we could have had a situation, or have a situation, where all these groups that are having dissenting opinions could have been brought on the table, so that people could air out what is the issues, what is happening, so that we can hear from both sides, rather than being extremely on one side and framing the other side like they are not good, or they are bad and they're the bad people. That is not the way democracy works. Democracy asks for, even if he's your enemy, he must be on the table, and you must be on the table, so that everybody airs out his grievances or put out their opinion. And therefore you can work out a formula where you can work together, you can bring these dissenting opinions together to build. Because at the end of the day, it's all about building and bringing peace and coherence within a nation. The people of Haiti needs to be one. They need to work up their economy, to build their country, and just be that one people, like enjoy the same peace that all of us from stable countries want to enjoy. So I wish the President Ruto could be open, but I don't know. I don't know if he's going to open up about this. But of late, I mean, I voted for him, but I'm beginning to think otherwise. But it's just because also when we were voting, I didn't have any other option. I didn't see any other person like vote, because the other guy was just a mess, and people in the system. So we were thinking, maybe if we bring someone outside the system, he could do something different. And it started well. It started pretty well, like talking for Africa and seeing to it that we can work together as a synergy. Because as African countries all over the world, wherever we are, whether in the continent or outside the continent, if we don't unite, we will never be anything. Forget it. Just forget it. We can never win anything in this world. The world hates us. That's the reality. The whole world outside the African people, someone who does not look African, they don't like us, and they will never like us. If you follow the history of trans-slavery, the slavery, up to now, Americans, they don't want to own up and say we did something wrong in Africa. The Europeans don't want to own up and say we did something wrong to the Africans, and therefore they are the Arabs. People even don't speak about the Arabs. The Arabs also colonized the entire East Africa, from Egypt all the way to Madagascar or to Mozambique, all these areas, and the entire North African countries. People think that those Arabs who live there go to Libya, Tunisia, Egypt. Those are not Africans. We know who are real Africans. If you follow the history, it will tell you who is an African. I come from Kenya. Where I come from in Kenya, we have the group of Kushites, the Nilotes. If you talk about the current president now, he's a Nilote, yeah, and the other community called the Luo. These are the regional. And if you go to South Sudan today, these are the regional Egyptians, yeah, and they know it. If you sit down and you talk and go deep into history, they will start to reveal these things. And that's why I say, even within our motherland, our mother continent, Africa, we still also have enemies within us. Yeah, people who don't want to see us unite. Some of them are also just black like me, you know, and they are the bourgeoisie trading between the white. Yeah, so we really have a long way to go. I wish it could have happened in my lifetime, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
KRI, that's why I would like for you to address this as well. You know, on the same point you're talking about. I really want to know this. I have no idea. What should be done for our people, all these groups that, you know, the enemies of Africa, most of them are Africans, to be honest. Like, we fight against each other. We do that. Yes, there might be somebody out there, but eventually we are the one that are doing it, right? But what would it take for us not to do that? For us not turning against each other? What would it take for us really not to do what we do right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe I'll give it a try. It's a good question, and also a very complex question. It looks easy, but it's also complicated. One of the things, you know, dealing with a black man and an African man, you and me, we have to realize we are a generation that has been really been brainwashed, not for 1 year, not for 2 years. We are talking about 800 years ago. The white man has really worked us through and through. There's no person who understands a black man better than a white man. That one, you can take it.
Yeah.
I mean, just take it the way it is. That's the reality. The white man understands the black one through and through, because they took time. When they were doing slavery, don't you ever think that Africa was never built? Africa was completely a civilized continent with everything. The evidence is just, for example, look at the pyramids. That is something they could not destroy. But whatever they could destroy when they were destroying us, they made sure they destroyed it so that they could erase our history completely out of the surface of this world. Just the same way they did in Australia. Look at the Aboriginals, 32 million killed, their land taken. Who are there? Who are the people living there? They're the British. Yeah. Go to Canada or America. Who are the people living in America? They were also black. They call them Indians. Indians, if you look at them, they are just black, like you and me. Black people, we have many variants. We have even black people with long hair. Today, if you went to some parts of India, you'll meet black people, black skin with long hair. But they are still black, you know, they are black people. Even in India today, they are still subjected. They are never given positions of power. If you see the president of India is a light person, and the ministers and everything. But we also have black people in India who are, and also retrace their origin back in Africa, you know. And therefore, for us as a black, coming back to the question, for us as black people, I was saying we have been really, I mean, there's damage in our brain. We have been damaged. We have been made to believe that something Western is the best. Something African, we're 50-50 about it. Something Chinese is good. Something Russian is good. But we never look back to ourselves and see what is our potential. Yeah. I was reading a certain story of this guy is called Felix Chikambudzo. The guy is from Zimbabwe. He literally invented what Nikola Tesla was doing about getting these magnetic airfields from the atmosphere and transforming it into energy, for free energy, so that people can have it. You don't have to connect your house to any grid or get any electricity, something like that. He even built a car that uses electric from magnetic airflow. So you only need a battery, and then it was built with some sensors. It can collect the energy just from the atmosphere, and it powers the car, and you run, and you will never have to tank your car for the rest of your life. That story is either you can follow that story on YouTube or something like that. What did Americans do? They went to Zimbabwe. It's not even far. It's just 4 or 5 years ago, 2017 or 2018, when this story came out, and I was following it. I'm still following it. I followed the guy up to Instagram. I started talking to him. I called him, and I told him, my brother, what are you doing? Eventually, of course, he blocked me because I talked to him twice, and then I realized he never wanted to talk to me. So I kept on writing, insisting, but he refused. And the guy is a spiritual person. Is prayerful. He used to pray, and he was asked, how did he get this information to create this kind of energy? And he said he was sleeping one day. I mean, he was fasting, and after fasting, one day, sometimes in the night, he was sleeping. And then, according to what he said, if you follow that interview on YouTube or somewhere in television, you'll see it. He said he had a dream. So the dream forced him to wake up in the night, in the middle of the night. He took a pen and a paper. He sat on the table, and he wrote down everything that he was seeing in that vision. He had to write it down. And that's how he came up with this. And everything that he wrote is exactly what Nikola Tesla, the guy from the US who attempted to get these electromagnetic fields back in 1800s. He also tried and attempted. In fact, he was successful. But you know, the American way of doing things, capitalism and everything, they killed it. They introduced their own hydroelectric powers and whatever we use today. So for us as Africans, for me, I want to insist on one thing. As Black people, especially sub-Saharan Black Africans, the way they call us, you know, these names, they don't just give us this name. There's a meaning into it. If you follow closely how they've been calling us, from all the way from niggers and now to sub-Saharan African, and the next thing you hear, developing countries and all these things, they have connotations, but especially the sub-Saharan African, those are the people of color, the Blacks. If you can only put our differences aside, forget about our president. Our president, some of them have proven to be very useless. I can't, you know, I can't talk much about them. Sometimes you see some of this president and then you think, in which world does this person live, and where do I live as African? Can he see what is happening around the world? For instance, like President Ruto, he has chosen the Western side. You know, it's very unfortunate. The world is changing. The world is not going to be ruled by the Western side. The world is really changing. It's either going to west, to east, where the Chinese and the French, the Russians are, or we can build our own world as Africans if we unite. And for us as Black people, forget about our leaders. It's just us, a Tanzanian, a Kenyan, a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, a Central African Republic, a South Africa. If we can just come together, especially this generation of our people in our 40s, in our 30s, like me, I'm in 30s, and the next generation of the 20s and 15s coming, these people, we should just see into each other that we need to unite, regardless of whatever. We just see each other as one. If I see you, it's like I'm looking at myself. If I see you, it's like I'm seeing my own self. I shouldn't doubt you. I shouldn't begin to hate you, but I should open up. I mean, like love, like just opening up. Bob Marley speak about these things many, many years ago in his song. We just have to be one, love each other, be acceptable, allow ourselves to have this discussion. Some of them are uncomfortable. We don't want to hear them. But some of them, even though they're uncomfortable, but there's the truth of who we are, because we are coming from a racism. Forget about slavery. You know, slavery, we have never even worked out what slavery did to us. We have never worked out of that, because that's a psychological therapy that we, as African people, should just go through it. I was seeing the other day the vice president of Colombia, who came to Kenya sometimes, and I was astonished. She was just Black like I am, and I never imagined in my whole world that there could be, you know, Black people in Colombia and could rise to that particular position. If you read the story of Argentina, where all Black people were arrested, completely killed out, and now we only have whites in Argentina. These are the things that sometimes when I think about it, I just say the only thing that can bring us together is unity, regardless of which kind of language I speak, because I also understand in Africa we also have many languages, which is okay. The language I'm using to speak to you, of course, is not ours. It's a colonial master language. So we still have a lot of stuff that we need to do. Maybe if we can all speak Swahili, or if we can all speak Yoruba, or if we can all speak Hausa, somehow we just need to blend in together. It's difficult. Of course, it would be good if we had leaders who can really spearhead this, who could see the importance of us being one. Because at the end of the day, the reality is that 700 years ago, Africa was one. That is the reality. Not even 700 years ago, until 1600s or 1800s, we were one. And then came in the colonization, which now divided us and gave us all these countries that we have. But time and until before then, we were one homogeneous continent. And they knew, those people who colonized it, they knew if we continue to be one, we are a threat. They can never overrule us in any way, or whether military or economically or financially, they will never, because Africa has everything. Africa has everything that the world needs. Yeah. Some are discovered, some are not even discovered, some will not even be discovered today, maybe in 100 years. But this continent called Africa, God gave everything in this continent. He put everything that he had to give us people. And the white people knew it. They know it. All these satellites we have, the skies here, their work is to see where there's mineral, where they can invade, what is the climate there and everything. So they have all this information. It's only we, the Africans, who, some of us, we have the information, but maybe you are not in the position of power. And the people who are in the position of influence, they don't see these things, or they don't do it, or they become like President Bazoum, the guy from Niger. They become the bourgeoisie between the French or the white and the blacks. And it's really unfortunate that we have to go through that. But we still have a long way to go. But everything is possible only if we unite. That's where our strength is. Even, like I said, those 200 years ago or 300 years ago, when we were united, Africa was very strong. That's the reality. We were one. And that's where our strength is coming. For African people, our strength is only in us uniting. Whether you're in America, whether you're in Haiti, or in Jamaica, or in South America, or in the mother continent, or India, or Europe, wherever there's a black man, there should be a sense in us, in our heart, that sense of belonging, that sense of brotherhood, that sense of being together. Because look at the Arabs, they're united. If you touch one, you touch all of them. And therefore are the Europeans. Yeah. If you look at the Europeans, they're united. If you touch one, you touch all of them. That's what they're doing. NATO is as a combination of European countries who have
as
come
well
together.
as the Jews.
Yes. Yeah. And that's how they've been surviving all these things. It's only us, the blacks, who have refused to unite. Whatever is happening in Niger, it should not be happening if we were united. You know, how they killed Gaddafi, it would have never happened if we were united. How they killed Magufuli, it could have never happened if we were united. But it's because we've chosen to be separate. So that if I see something is happening in Tanzania, I don't care. I say, I'm a Kenyan, so it's none of my business. No, it's your business. It's your business. So long as it's happening in Tanzania, whether it's happening in Tanzania or in Haiti, it should be touching you wherever you are. It does, regardless. You should feel the pain that the people in Haiti are going through. And these guys have not been, they don't have economic stability right now. And there's chaos everywhere. Every time running on the streets, it should be happening. It should be touching us, because the image of the black people around the world, especially in the Western world, I'm telling you the truth. I live here in Europe. These people, they look at us as the last pieces. Yeah. You know, the pyramid. They are the people, the best people who the richest people are always on top there, on top of the pyramid. And then at the last bottom up of the pyramid is where they see us. And that's how they look at us up to now. You will see them coming to Africa, laughing around with you and telling you, we signed this contract, we signed this other country. That is rubbish. There's always something for them inside there. Yeah. So it's just upon the people of Africa, especially this generation. I'm so happy because we are having a generation in Africa that is waking up. This generation that is going to come is not asleep. It's not asleep. This is a very educated but also very informed generation. People who understand what is going on in their lives. People who understand why they are suffering. Yeah, because take a case of Congo, for instance. Just be honest. For Congo, with everything that Congo has, up to date, up to this time, the richest country in the whole world, because the entire minerals that Congo has, if you take the market value, we are talking something of 63 trillion or something like that, you know. But look at them, how they live. Just look at Congo. You will cry, you will shed tears, yeah? You will feel painful. But go to countries like Dubai, nothing, just desert. But what? Only oil makes them the way they are. And that oil, Africa has it in abundance. Go to Nigeria, there's a lot of oil, but look how people live in Nigeria. Poverty, just a few people enjoy it. What's the sense of having natural resources that God has given you so that you can elevate yourself and build your life? What is the point of having those things? And you're only having war. You never have peace. People are fighting. People are coming. Groups are being created, Boko Haram or Al-Qaeda or Al-Shabaab, just to destabilize your country. And in the meantime, the UN is coming in, posing like, you know, a good person, but yet they are stealing everything from you. They are taking everything to take to their country. And then you are fighting, killing yourself. It's really sad. And we have presidents. We have presidents. You know, it's not that we don't have leaders. We have leaders. They don't do anything. They don't care. So long as they take their share, 50% or 20%, whatever they get, they're comfortable. And who are those presidents? They are black people like us. That's why I say the enemy is within us. It's not even outside. The enemy is within us. Once we find the good leader who can change it, like the way Magufuli wanted to change it, like the way Gaddafi was planning, and they killed him because of that. The guy wanted to unite Africa, one currency. Yeah? And after one currency, obviously there will come one military, one economy,
Hello.
one Africa. Yeah. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right. Hi there. I can't hear you. I hear a lot of speaking on the back end of your program here. But given that you can hear me, I am a U.S. citizen. Yes. I am a Black woman of African descent, obviously. Yes. I have lived in the United States my entire life. I'm 56 years old.
Yeah.
What I want you to understand is education is very important. It's critical. Understanding your history is critical. Right now, we're at a very, very critical point in history. In the original scramble of Africa, all of those, the entire continent was divided up by the West. This was a concentrated thing. They did this purposefully.
Exactly.
They then divided it up, and it led to various things, particularly the slave trade. Now, Africans have continuously, and I'm not being just critical of Africans, I'm talking about Africans and Africans of the diaspora. We have awe. And this is something that's in our DNA. I don't know what it is. I really don't. This wanting peace with people who are wreaking havoc on you. This fear of fighting for your continent, for your nations, for your people, for your land, for your wealth, for your resources. This fear of that is critical, and it's sickening, and it's sad.
Yeah.
This has not been one time. This happened over centuries because the men, and I'm not talking about women, I'm going to move the women off the table because we have to address the men. The men, this is your God right. God gave you Africa. Now, see, let me be very clear. God gave you Africa. He gave you the first man that he created on this planet. Your job was to cultivate the planet. Your job was to cultivate it and keep it safe. What you didn't do was that. Instead, you cowered, you feared. And you let the very last man come in and wreak havoc on you and enslave you. Now, if you think, for those people that say they know God and all of this other stuff, okay? But if you really do know who God is, then you will understand how God behaves, and you will understand his nature. When God tells you to do something, he means for you to do it. He means for you to obey him. When you don't obey him, you get into trouble with him. So if God so chooses, and I believe that God is a God and there is a higher power, and he is looking down, he is watching, he's seeing what you're going to do again. Because one more time in history, they're doing it again. Okay? They are once again in your continent with militaries from all over the West. And once again, they have you under occupation. You don't even know you're under occupation. The U.S. military doesn't do anything without a plan, a strategy, and an action. The U.S. military is a part of NATO. They are NATO, basically. That means France, NATO, And every Western country that has done this to you historically, they have backed up. So what are you going to do now is what I care about, because God is watching. And God will let you go right again to slavery, only this time it will take your land, because they do it. They have already done it. That's why the Arabs have all of North Africa. If you know your history, the Arabs are Europeans mixed with Africans. And over time in history, it's the Europeans who gave them that land. They did that. That's why you only have sub-Saharan. And next, they're coming to take your land, your resources, and if they want to, they'll put you back in slavery. If it wasn't for the global South right now, Russia, China, that's the only thing that's keeping you from being ransacked right now. Because they know that if that happens, and if you get partnerships with them, that they cannot do their original plan, because that would then move them into fighting a world war with Russia and China. They have interests themselves in Africa. So I want to know what you all are going to do as Black men who's supposed to be God's first over the continent of Africa, that he gave you all the resources. He gave you every animal under the sun. He gave it to you, but you have misused it. What are you going to do? That's all I want to say, because I'm telling you, it is frustrating as a Black woman to sit here and watch her men be so weak across this world. And if you say you cannot fight a military like the United States, Vietnam did, and they won. I want you to understand that makes you look really bad in the eyes of Black women across this world. We cannot respect you. We cannot love you. Not the way we want to. Because it's you who have allowed us to be in this situation. It's your turn now. The past generations have failed you. But I want to know what this continent of young Black Africans are going to do. Because Americans can't get, these Black Americans and Black diaspora, we can't even get free until you get free. Because we are in the belly of the beast. You have militaries. What are you going to do? That's it.
Yeah. Can I respond to your submission? I think I take your about our men, and I'm one of them, by the way. Yeah, we are all messed up. We did a lot of we've displayed a lot of weakness, and however, the issue involved here is something that is very, very subtle and actually powerful at the same time. The reason why most of the other groups have the way they the way they've come across and prospered over the last 60 years that Africans haven't is because the West, for some reason, I'm not sure whether it's deliberate or whether it's just being very clever, they realized that the tactics they have to use with sub-Saharan Africa was going to be different from everywhere else. They prefer to use schools. They never want to intervene militarily, directly. They don't want to do that because they fear that either they fear that they're going to wake us up, or they fear that, especially in the case of America, the presence of African Americans within the military could cause a problem. And if you look at how they behaved in this Nigerian episode, America is tiptoeing around. This is interesting because you don't see that kind of behavior in most situations around the world, when like Myanmar or stuff like that. They just go out and condemn and
you know why they're tiptoeing around. They're tiptoeing around because of African Americans in their country. It's the reason they're tiptoeing around is because of us as African Americans inside the country. They are trying to deceive us too. So in America, we don't know. And most Americans, when they watch American television, they don't even show what's happening over in the Sahel. They really don't. And when they do it, they spin it. I'm a former journalist. I am a professional journalist. Okay. I know how the media works. Okay. So at the end of the day, they have spun it. The reality is this. In America, most Black people, they want Black participation in the U.S. military. Okay. Many Black people make up the U.S. military, a huge portion of us. So they don't want us to know or believe that we're fighting for white supremacy. They don't want us to believe that. They want us to believe that we're going for democracy and we're going to help and all that nonsense, when really we already know that they're going for white supremacy and it's to be able to conquer. That's what they came for. America doesn't come for any other reason but to kill, steal, and destroy. That's
and that tiptoeing around me is for that. You are correct there, because sometimes when about 3 years ago, when I arrived at that conclusion, because when I looked at the continent, the way they behaved around the continent, our leaders have been very stubborn. They've done some crazy stuff that you would think they'll be like, how dare you, India Amin and Mugabe, expulsion of, non-Black people. They didn't respond militarily. This is something I fear that they will do anywhere else. And it's because they want to keep that now 1.3 billion people asleep, because they don't want to wake up the fourth great race in this world. And that is an interesting thing, because when we keep telling our people, unite, you men are not performing, and all those things, it comes down to that macro level awareness or this realization. Because if they have not been woken up to that reality, they are not going to react. It's like an organism that is just dormant or docile until something stimulates it to wake up. It's not going to wake up, and that is what is killing us right now. And this is why one of the reasons why I was saying, if the French stupidly go and invade Niger, they would have, woken at least halfway. They would have woken us up on that continent to realize what is going on, and all the French nations would have fallen if they had done that. Or even the Nigerian government would probably have fallen because of it. Because
this is the last thing I'm going to say. I just want to say this. This is the last thing. I just want to say the last thing. I feel so sorry for Africa. I really do. I feel sorry for you, because many of you are asleep. You are ignorant of how America works. You have learned propaganda about America, but you really don't know America.
But I changed.
Many of you, because you don't know history, because you don't really understand history, you're about to let it repeat. Okay? Every single Western military that has you occupied right now at any given moment can do anything to you. And no one in the world is going to come up against America except for Russia and China. And even there, you're not that important to start a World War III. Okay, I want you to understand that. So if that means a World War III, or you back enslaved, taking all of your resources, doing whatever they want to do to you, that's what's going to happen. And that is why the only reason that in the Sahel.
Your audio seems to have gone.
Yeah, okay.
The audio.
I want to respond to her just fairly quickly. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you. Unfortunately, on the back end, there's like several conversations that I can do.
Okay, real quick. What you haven't discussed so far is that there's an intelligent community working against us behind the scenes. And no matter how much we try to get ahead, those intelligence communities that work behind the scenes, they're called spies in the layman's term. And they're all over our countries in Africa. They live among us. They go to the clubs with us. They go to restaurants with us. They are our friends. Some of them look like us. And because of that, it makes things very complicated and makes things a lot more difficult.
It's the same way here. But the thing is, you have to develop in your military. The difference between you and the U.S. is we don't. Black people don't have militaries. Okay, in your country, you do.
Right, but you're talking about using military force. You're talking about using kinetic energy force to fight. But I'm talking about them setting up coups, them assassinating our presidents behind the scenes, and nobody knowing who did it. So those are the kind of things I'm talking about. And if they can keep doing those type of things behind the scenes and nobody knowing exactly who's responsible, then it makes things very difficult to solve.
I don't. Sorry. I don't think it's that difficult. Let me say something. Sorry, I don't think it's that difficult. The problem is that the continent itself is not protected. When you say we have military, we have what you would describe as just caretaker military. They are not there to defend the people. If we have a reasonable sized military like most other countries do, you find a situation whereby the population will be more protected and the security services will be able to function on behalf of their people. Then if I wanted to free a country, that is how you start from, because you have to be able to protect
I'm going to be honest with you. The only thing that is going to help Africa and help everybody in Africa is for Africa to develop a program. Literally, I'm going to tell you what to do. Develop a program online. And in that online program, because it's easy, give free access to everybody to come. Okay. And let me tell you what you do. You teach some African history. You teach some colonization history. You teach all the things that they have done for the last 400 years.
All right.
Get some psychologists. And those psychologists need to teach you all and help you all decolonize. Because until that happens, there is going to be no freedom.
I think many of our platforms are doing it. Many of our platforms are already doing it, and I think that the diaspora, this is one of the greatest gifts they can give the continent if they come to the continent like you are doing right now, and you engage with the continent, the Nigerian space. There is a lot of Nigerian spaces out there. You come with your own voice. Yesterday, I was on a panel when a Jamaican came in, and people listened to him, and he learned quite a lot of things about, some of the Rastafarian hair and all that stuff within our cultures. So if they exchange, then you start having a situation whereby the continentals will start understanding, and I believe more of them do than they did even 3 years ago. There's been a bit of a shift, and even the leaders know it. Now the question is, how do you transition from just that early awakening to actually taking over countries? In the case of Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, they've managed to do something. You can see the signs on the ground. The question, how do you scale that up so that it keeps replicating itself? Because these people are clever. That's why the French didn't do what they were supposed to do. They wanted to intervene, but they couldn't, because they knew if they did, it would have made it even worse. So we have to find a way to make it happen.
It's kind of simple how this breaks down.
Well, I'm gonna roll off the call because I can barely hear everybody. But the one thing I'm going to say is this: in the United States, and I know it probably is going to have some problems for it, I'm actually establishing a program. This is a program where it's going to be an online program, and if anybody wants to do it in African version, feel free. But I'm starting the online program. This is a program that's designed by all Black psychologists, Black African-American psychologists, nothing more. These psychologists are going to actually teach, it's going to be psychologists, teachers, history teachers. It's going to be, these are professionals, professional psychologists, professional history teachers, professional professional economists, people of that nature. And what they're going to do is teach classes for free or give you free sessions, psychology sessions for free. The purpose is to help African and people of African descent here in America to become colonized. It's to help you understand not lies, no lies, just facts and history. Give you history classes so you can really understand what really happened in your lifetime and how you got where you are. Give you real economy classes so that you can learn how to manage your money and how to pull together and get money and resources. It's going to be teaching classes and things of history, psychologists who will actually talk with you and help you understand how and whatever is happening in your life, so that you can deal with the colonization of your mind. Because at the end of the day, until we can deal with colonized minds that are handcuffed to the point that we don't even like each other, to the point that we can't even be in the same room with each other without starting to fight. We will fight each other, but we will never fight a white man. That has to stop. And so
I don't agree with that one.
Program is just going to be just for African American people to do
I don't
that.
think she can hear us.
Now, if there is an African connection to it and you want to guys, it's going to be free of charge. So if you want to join in and get a class and come in and take class, you're going to be more than welcome. But at the end of the day, the whole program is designed about African unity, African truth, understand, because there is going to be no help for us until we can come together and get rid of the colonization first. Because I'm looking at African presidents in Africa right now, in Guinea and in Gabon, with white wives sitting right up there on top of the stage, lording over their people. That in and of itself is a major, it says a lot to the world, it says a lot to the West, it says a lot to France and to the United States, and everybody who's looking at you. You're saying, you want to be free, but there you go, with the white wife sitting right there next to you, the colonizer herself. This is too much for me. All right.
Here's the thing that we got to be careful with. Here's to summarize some of everything that everybody was saying. First, I was listening so I could take notes on each point. So there's 5 things here. One, you're going to have a lot of people that come into this space and they babble and babble and they talk and talk. And it seems like they're agreeing with you, but they're just doing nothing but talking. Those people you got to get rid of very quickly, because they'll just talk your ear off and they'll say things that you like to hear. And that's kind of like the Obama type. He was talking good stuff, but every time he did something, it's LBGT and police. They just talk and talk and talk. He'll cry on TV. You'll have people that have been working in media and they'll come in and they'll sound good. Those are the things that we got to be wary of. And that's something that we have as a Black Americans.
You have to be wary of, but you have to also be wary of. Let me tell you what you have to be wary of. You have to listen to first of all, you have to listen to what, when you listen to someone and you actively and you critically think, you listen and determine where the lie is first in what they've said. If what they say is truthful and everything they say is truthful, you can trust that one. But if what they are telling you is a lie mixed in with truth, it's still a lie. So until you learn how to critically think and critically listen, that is how you tell the truth and determine people. Because after you win, a lot of presidents got up there saying a lot of stuff. But
right, but there's a lot of people that just will talk and they'll showboat on the stage, and they'll keep talking, and they can say all the right things. That's not enough. Talking is, the time for talk is over. China didn't wait 100 years, 200, 300, 400 years. They went through 100 years of humiliation, took another 50 years after that, and then built themselves up and taught their children, do not repeat this mistake again. They came with the arrogant attitude at first, and they said, we are better than everybody else, which is why they had a weak military. They had a weak civilian army. They have all the things that we're looking at with Africa now. So I look at India and China as 2 examples. India has completely submitted themselves to white supremacy and everything. They are now having discussions. They've lost 1,000+ years of their own culture. Africa has not completely fallen yet. India is if you want to view 2 different trajectories for Africa, look at India and look at China. China has kept themselves stable. India is completely in a wash. They can't get it together.
I'm not sure I subscribe to the idea that India is a wash, though. Because India is a nuclear power and it's a spacefaring country, and they are building, and they kind of fully emancipated themselves from the West. It's the West that needs them now. India is practically the kingmaker of the world right now. If India throws its weight behind China and Russia, it's over for the West. You see what I mean? So
I agree with you to a certain extent, because they happen to be in the right spot at the right place. That doesn't mean that they're going to be kingmaker. They could be Africa has all the resources, and we see where Africa is now. That means absolutely nothing. I'm looking at the people. The people cannot come together in India.
The mindset.
They have exported. They've exported.
I think they've come together. They are a nuclear power, and they are quite strong. They are one of the strong powers of the world. So from that point of view, they don't need the West. The West can bully them and make them do what they don't want to do, as indicated by some of the policies that they are following in the Ukraine war. So if anything, the West is begging them, because they understand now that if they throw their weight on the other side with BRICS, that will be very, very problematic for the West. So we have to be careful about, for me, it's about power in the end. And India clearly shows it. We are the only great race in the world that don't have it. And we have to tap into all our assets to be able to restore our freedom from that point of view. In the case of the continent, we have to build our militaries up. But the question is, how do you do that without the West interfering constantly, without powers of the world interfering?
Let me stop you right there and go to that, because that goes into the second point I had. I had 5 of them, but I'll stop here and there. So the thing is with India, we are looking at them and being in the right place at the right time. Once again, they have accidental position. That doesn't mean that their people are together. They happen to be in a spot. Their people are way more divided than any of the Africans are. They have the marketing and propaganda that they're more together. I interact with people all over the planet, been in 90+ countries, and I can tell you some of the worst places are in India. Some of the worst atrocities are what they're doing to each other. They are not together. You're getting confused with some billionaires and some of the elite that will pump up an economy. It's like saying Nigeria is #1 economy. Where the heck is the money?
Yeah, but what atrocities are you referring to when you say atrocities against each other? What atrocities have India's committed against each other?
India has a case system.
You know, like tarring and they're still tarring and feathering people, dragging people with dogs, all of those things right there, chopping off people's hands. These things are still happening. So those things are not happening in different parts of Africa. These things are still happening. They're cutting each other off for a European. That's what they're still doing now. They're struggling through with that. They just happen to have more money with some elite and in certain areas. But no, they are way more divided than Africa is. And they're having that conversation amongst themselves now, where they're trying to say, look, we lost our culture. We have completely been brainwashed here. They're having that conversation, so we can't get confused.
I don't know. I don't recognize the India you are describing. India has lost its culture. I don't recognize the India you are describing.
I'm just gonna mute you for a second. Can we let my brother who is sharing here, just to finish your statement? I've been quiet for a while. Can you just say everything that you want to say, and then we'll come back. Yeah. I'll close this session. Yeah, please, you have your time.
It stands for head and shoulders above the rest. Yeah, it's a shorthand for head and shoulders above the rest. It's the YouTube. But yeah, so when we're looking at our trajectories, we can be where India is, which if they cobble together enough support amongst themselves and they find a common enemy, which is where I think they're doing, they will be able to turn themselves around. Unlike China, which largely didn't have to go through 1,000+ years. China went through 100 years of humiliation. India has been occupied and occupied and occupied and still struggling against that colonialism. With their extreme skin bleaching in Africa, way worse than India. That's another form of that. They have much things, anything you can say about Africa, it's almost all subject matter is worse. The only thing that we're looking at is that they have a higher GDP. And those numbers can be inflated just by a few people having some money. And you got a bunch of billionaires or some money concentrated in areas. Let's not get confused with that. Now, they have an inferiority complex that is greater, that is worse than the African continent. And I'm telling you that from talking to the people directly and dealing with business. Now, everybody piles up on Africans. So therefore, we're like, hey, we must be on the bottom of the totem pole. All of them got their own problems. Everybody has infighting. Let's not get confused. Now, the third point here, the part about how we need to speak peacefully, I don't think that's necessary. Right now, we need to be chopping people up and saying, yeah, this idea is dumb. We need to move to this direction. Anybody that's going against that direction and have a hard line in the sand. Any of this, yeah, you know, this idea is okay and that idea is okay. That's not going to work. You know why? Because your enemy is not going to come in with a this is okay or that. They're going to play you against each other. They're already trying to do the gender war thing that's here, because the African Union, as you have said every single time on your YouTube channels, they are sponsored by the European Union by a large extent. Notice they keep saying we're going to help out women and children. That's the same thing that they do in the U.S. with in the black community. They always do it to the black community in the U.S. first, and then they export it to everybody else. Now, there is a problem with women not having certain funding because they're women. That's going to be hijacked. They're going to take real issues and then put them to the extreme, like what Donald Trump had the study. I think it was either 25 million or $250 million, where they studied the Kenyan masculinity and said, we're going to study, quote, extreme masculinity. This is something you can Google. And he said, we're going to study to fight against terrorism. Now, is there an extreme terrorism problem with Kenyan men that have that are high achievers? That's something that they said in the study, that they're studying the high achievers so they can connect them with their, quote, emotional side, which kind of matches up with the theme that you're talking about with President Ruto. Like, what's going on here? They might be outwardly fighting against some other things, whereas the U.S., how they play. Remember this. Always remember this. White supremacists always play both sides of the argument. They're going to be on you, which is why I said talking is not enough. You need to back up stuff with actions. If I say, hey, I got $1 million, and then you check my bank and I don't have it, that means I'm a liar. If I say, hey, we can build this spaceship, and then I don't actively put portions and set us up so that we can build a spaceship, that's another version of a lie, because all I'm talking about is we can build a spaceship. That's not enough. I don't care that we can. All right, homie, are you about to set me up so that we can build this spaceship? Oh, no, you're just talking? Okay, great. Now I know that you are the person that just talks. Everybody has their position. But if you're implying that you are the person that can get us there, you're supposed to be the coach. Where are the parts that we put together to build this spaceship? Point number four, which kind of goes with 3. If we weed out the people, you no longer, I don't care if this is friend, family, because really right now, we got to acknowledge the baby boomer generation worldwide in every single country has let down the entire human population. They dropped the ball. They allowed these people, which are the current politicians, to get away with it. If the Europeans don't like their politicians, it's the parents' fault, because they were 20 years old at one point. They were in their 30s at one point. How did they get to 60, 50, 70 years old? And then this situation, they had much better economies than all of us. And these people are here. Are you telling us they didn't know any better? Yes, they did. They wanted to just have fun. They wanted to get their back blown out, without saying other things here. They wanted to party. They wanted to travel. They did not do it. We saw that a little bit in Haiti when they got their independence. What happened after that? They kind of partied and relaxed. We cannot party and relax after this, because what's happening with the U.S., what you said earlier to Niger, with India. Okay, the U.S. is tiptoeing with Africa. So isn't that power there? There are more than one form of power, because if they come in with the military rush, this is why they're not doing it. This is kind of with 0.5 too. So I'm going to merge both of them together. The reason why they're not directly coming there is because, and I speak to people in Nigeria, this is the hardest nation of people I have to talk to. Kenya is easier. South Africa is easier. Lesotho is easier. All the other places I've been to are easier. And when I do business, Nigeria is the hardest place to convince somebody that you're enslaved, because this is the topic that comes up. I say, do you know the U.S. rigged your elections? I'm not going to say, oh, I think they did. I'm going to come out and just say it, because we got people that lost elections over here going over there, quote, monitoring. If they're monitoring your election, now the conversation back with that is, well, I see a black face, so therefore they're not going to rise up. And as soon as the U.S. comes in, that's why the France didn't come in directly. They got to come behind ECOWAS. So if they come in and you see a white face, a white man, a Chinese man, anybody that doesn't look like you, then you know, there we go. We turning up and we got an enemy. But if the enemy keeps looking like you and you refuse to call them out and excise the cancer, the virus, and cut them off and say, you are a clown, you are a fool, you are this, and you don't call them out like we do over here, Yeah, they got clowns here that get puppet leaders and all of that, but we call them out. They have no political power whatsoever. They might have made some laws when they got it, and they had their 2 years of whenever they did it. After that, they are completely useless tools. That's what has to happen. And if Nigeria has a revolution, the rest of Africa is going to go overnight. But that is the hardest one to get. Which you notice the coups, as they call them, the revolutions are happening slowly surrounding Nigeria. And then it's going to come to Nigeria. I think that's what the plan is. I think that's what the U.S. realizes. And they're trying to tiptoe, same with France, to try not to have that to happen. Because Nigeria is completely brainwashed. Too many people. With a population of over 200 million, if that goes, everybody else is going to follow. The same way that people look up to Black Americans internationally is the same way Nigeria is looked up by the rest of Africa. If they go, everybody else is instantly overnight basically going to go. That's the stranglehold. That's why Tinubu was put there. That's why Obi didn't have any real plans, and he was just talking. The youth need to do this, but he didn't have anything concrete. He might have been slightly better there. I know y'all might disagree with this. He might have been slightly better, and I'll wrap up after this. But he didn't have anything concrete, because I even asked, okay, what is he going to do? Is he talking like Julius Malema, which has concrete plans? We are going to do this in the next 24 months. We're going to do this by this X, Y, and Z. We're going to supply this much power. You're going to see how my presidency goes because of what we're doing right now. We're going to shut down this government. We're going to do this. And he shows with his actions. Obi, even though he was popular amongst the youth and he got the election rigged underneath him, because they probably were a little nervous he might flip sides because he was talking too much good stuff. He didn't say anything concrete. I even asked him, I said, he just talked like Obama. We're going to supply electricity. When? How much? How much of the country? Are you saying 5% more? Are you saying 24-hour electricity all throughout there? You know, the basic things that you should have to have a functional society? Or is he just saying we're going to increase that? Is he saying that the youth are going to have, now we're going to have 10% more jobs for the youth because the unemployment rate is so high? That's the problem. And I wrapped up all of those points there.
Yeah. And, you know, I've not really had any specific. I'll just keep interjecting and asking questions. Yeah, that's what I keep doing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I do a lot of business in West Africa, and it's very difficult to do it in with when I wear it on my sleeve. I have a group on Telegram, and I go 2, 4, 5 hours long sometimes, even on YouTube or something like that. And I'm talking to people. I do it on my WhatsApp, and I'm telling you, the hardest thing to do is to convince people in Nigeria. It's hard in Kenya. It's hard all over Africa, but particularly Nigeria. It gets to the point where they're ready to strangle me and fight me.
Are crazy.
I'm like, I'm just reporting the news, man. I'm just a news reporter.
I say, if you look at my name, subscribe to my channel because we host and this, and I've actually invited Swahili Nation to come there too. We need to be having this conversation, and I actually think the space that I normally moderate on the panel is a large channel too. They tend to be more, how do I put it, more Pan-African now, even if you still get the flashes of what you are talking about. Believe me, I've seen it, and it's tough amongst Nigerians. And the way we look at this, it's good that you come and have conversations there so that you observe what is happening. Like I said, they spoke to a Jamaican yesterday, and they were very receptive. And that Jamaican is very harsh. I think Swahili Nation knows I can fire. He's very, very like harsh. This is the kind of guy that I'm talking about invading North Africa and all the rest. So, and yet he was well received on a Nigerian panel. So that should tell you something. So in terms of, for me, our security posture has to change. Because if you cannot protect yourself, you are susceptible to destabilization operation, as the former French intelligence officer stated recently. I don't know whether anybody followed that report. Because they destabilize countries. That's what they do. And they sabotage countries. They sabotage each other countries too. They do that to Iran. They do that to North Korea. This is a form of warfare. It's a low-intensity warfare to keep the nations as weak as possible. And if Africa doesn't start getting their security infrastructure in place, which they don't have, on average, Africans have about 5 times less security officials or personnel than most other nations. That, go and check the numbers. You'll be shocked of what you find. And That is what needs to start changing, so that we start exerting our independence and start fixing things on the ground. If we do that, I know full well that the diaspora will be taken care of. But how do you get the people to change? This is why I keep saying the diaspora needs to also be engaging with Africans. We need to start changing minds. It's already changing, but the more we do it, the more you are going to see the changes start happening on the ground. If Dr. Arikana didn't come out to say what she said in 2000, I think the year 2000 or so, do you think these schools will be happening today in, the French will be leaving Niger and all that? Something tells me that they probably will still be there, because people have gained the awareness now, and even the young officers are beginning to realize that these our leaders are leading us nowhere. We have to do something about this, because this is a life and death situation here. I think T was the one that said we could be recolonized. Recolonized or re-enslaved might actually be a mercy. They don't need slaves. They have robots. They don't need, if they want to take everything next time, and it's not like they have the numbers now. That's what people don't understand. Me, I'm really scared for us. They have billions of people, nuclear weapons, biological weapons, all kinds of stuff at their disposal, including AI that we don't have. So the diaspora and the continentals have to come together and start fighting this. We have to fight with everything we've got, because if we think this is going to take anything less than that, we are going to miss the mark. And we are having this conversation on Saturday. We were saying that it may already be too late. That is how bad things are. If people don't understand it, they really need to start understanding it now, because a new Berlin conference is coming along the line, and we don't have any way to intervene. The only thing we managed to do so far is Niger, this in Mali, and Burkina Faso. That's all. We've not really, all the leaders are still the same. They are still all running to Washington. Look at Japan. Why is it that the US is able to work with Japan? Why is the US able to work okay with Taiwan and South Korea? What is it that we can learn from there? There's something they are offering to the West. That is why they are able to be how they are. Some of all those things, we have to make ourselves worthy, so that if you are allying ourselves to the Russians, allying ourselves to the Chinese, or allying ourselves to the West, is for our own benefit. We should be ambitious for our people. I've seen a British official come to Nigeria recently, just about a month ago. He was in Nigeria. He was almost like, I could read him, because most Nigeria can't read white people. So he was nervous. He was telling our chief of defense, chief of army staff, tell us what you want. Tell us what we are doing wrong that you don't like. Tell us what your ambition is for your military. Tell us, we are itching. Can you imagine a British defense official coming to Nigeria asking our chief of army staff, tell us what you want? And guess what that chief of army staff said? Yeah, maybe some training, and we were trying to buy these landmine clearing vehicles, and the landmine, basically a truck. That's what he was asking. What's wrong with asking for Trident nuclear submarine? What is wrong with asking for missile technology? What is wrong? Why are we not ambitious for our people? That is the kind of mindset that needs to change, because even at the farthest end of our minds, some of us are not ambitious. If they give you the opportunity and America ask how many people on this panel, what do you want? What would you ask for? Ask yourself that. That tells you the ambition you have for your people. Because what I will ask for, I'm telling you, they'll go home and think, dream, bad dream, come back again, dream, bad dream, and come back. Then they will have to give it to me. That's the price you have to give. You have to value your people's survival. If you want to be my friend, then you have to wish for my children to survive, shouldn't you? Otherwise, you're not my friend. And if you want my children to survive, this is what we need. We need this space technology from you. We need this nuclear technology from you. We need so and so forth. We need this cooperation. And this is what China did with Russia. This is what Pakistan did with China. This is what nations do. You have to have close alliances, strategic ones, that is going to help you become stronger. They offer you a protection, a kind of umbrella while you develop. It doesn't mean that you don't develop a military, because this is one thing our African countries do a lot. Whenever they get any chance, like Niger now and Mali and Burkina Faso, they have alliances with Wagner Group and Russia. They don't build their military strong enough. That bothers me a lot, because by now you should see a strong military marching. They may not have a lot of guns, but you should see a very strongly saying, we are going to defend this our land. This is our land. Nobody, French soldiers will never come here again. We are not going to replace the French with the Russians. You have to take charge of your home. China didn't cooperate with France and become like, China didn't cooperate with Russia and became a kind of client state of Russia. They became an independent, powerful nation. Same with India, same with North Korea. North Korea can decide not to listen to China tomorrow. Nothing China can do to them because they are strong. Iran, the same thing. That is what we need to do. We have to understand that everything is a give and take. If they want alliances with us, we demand the highest thing, which is our survival. You demand things that is going to ensure we survive in this world. And the only thing we don't have that all the other groups have, they have nuclear technology, they have missiles technology, they have submarine technologies. These are defense capabilities that we cannot do without. We are over 1 billion in population. Those lives deserve that kind of protection. Thank you.
Niger, real quick. I'll be quick.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Niger. I think after you, Niger, I'll give a chance to everybody to just make one statement as a close up. And we have BJ joined. So BJ, maybe I'll give you a couple minutes to say something before that, and then we'll be done. Niger, you can go on.
So to Niger, this is why the West don't want Russia and China in West Africa especially, but Africa overall, because Russia is offering us these things you're talking about. And I'm talking about nuclear technology. I'm talking about, upgrading our military space technology, all these things they're offering to Africa. But the West don't want them in Africa, because then they'll lose their grip on Africa, and their economy is dependent on Africa to run fully. So here's lies the problem. We are held back by the West, and Russia and China are trying to help us. And if they can't help us, then we can't make progress, because the West also don't want us to develop ourselves. Even if we don't try to get help from other people, they also don't want us to develop ourselves so they can keep us down. So I prefer that we develop ourselves, build our own research and development spaces. We build our own education centers and innovation centers and develop our own countries. But they won't allow us to do that because they want us to be dependent on them. But just to let you know, in the last Russia summit with Africa, Putin offered us, especially Burkina Faso, but if he's offering Burkina Faso, he's offering Africa as a whole. Actually, he offered Africa. He said anything we need, technology-wise, they can do for us. I'm not talking about them doing it in that country. I think
you're right. I saw that video, and no African leader has taken him up on that.
Because the West is holding them back.
What are they scared of? They can't. The West can't do anything to them when Russia is offering you strategic alliance. Sanction is nothing. Sanction is nothing. We are not under sanction. We are poor. What is the use? I don't know. I don't get it. Are we under sanction? We are poor already.
See, these are kind of questions that we need to ask politicians. I think nobody can answer this question.
Keep your sanctions. Go ahead with your sanctions. Poverty is already here. What is the use of sanctioning me? Exactly. He can't do any worse.
These things, honestly, these things are too frustrating. Like it does not really make sense. And that's really, it's really bad that you have small mind, leading, and guiding the whole continent and our countries, and nothing is happening.
If somebody offered me that, because that's the thing we are lacking. Not even one small African country chose to accept that and say, you know what, take our our natural reserve for 50 years, but just give me that nuclear weapons and submarines and ballistic missiles. Give it to us. And what you will find is that once one African country has it, the whole complexion of the continent will change.
Rapidly. Absolutely. Yeah. There's a video by AFRICOM, which is the military in Africa by the US.
from March 2023. There's 2 of them. Both of them are 2 hours long. I encourage everybody to go watch it, because in that video, they outline their vision, not our vision, their vision for Africa, and why they cannot allow Russia and China to come into West Africa.
Yeah. I think this is what you share as well, Niger, is what our sister area was sharing about. It's kind of like it's like even when they don't threat us, like Westerners, we kind of like have this fear that, okay, if I take this move to side out with with Russia or side out with this, maybe there'll be a backlash. We already have this in our mind. Like even us having conversation, we always talk about it, that okay, there will be a backlash. We already have it in our mind, and for some reason,
the backlash is already here. So far ahead is a backlash. What else can they do to us? That is, I don't know why we are scared. You do what needs to be done, because better to be bold than not to. Look at all these people that they are developing. South Korea, North Korea, this in Japan, fought with America, and look at Japan, how it's flourishing today. All the countries they fought in the Second World War are progressing. We are here being friends with them, and look at how poor we are. What good has it done us?
So what you have to remember is that our leaders are not poor. Our leaders are one of the richest people in the world. I know we say Dangote is the richest black man in the world, but forget about that. The politicians in Africa are some of the richest black people in the world.
Oh, so come on. Let's not go there.
No. What do they have? Look at the guy from Gabon. Look at the president from Gabon. He had 93 accounts.
But the problem is they're not the richest, because if you're the richest, your money is going to be in your own banks on your own continent, feeding industrialization of your own communities.
But
all their money is in
African politicians' money is in the West
by foreigners, and when they decide to turn those accounts off, they have nothing. Why they do what they do? It's easy. They're puppets. They're hand-chosen ops for the foreign countries. And their agenda is not to help anybody in Africa. They will keep the propaganda going as long as it's working. We need sanctions. You're poor. How are you poor? And I have to come in there and grab everything you got to keep my economy going. That makes no sense. But they know that as long as they have you convinced that you can't do anything, and they see you're not doing anything, it makes their job easy. Why is it that you are allowing all these foreign countries to have military bases on your land, and you can't even send one soldier over to their land to say X, Y, and Z? If I can't be in your backyard, you get out my backyard.
That's right.
Yeah. I want a military base in Kansas or something, and if you can exchange for that, I'm good. We can do base exchange.
It is impossible to do that because we're not united. I hope we're want to do that across the entire world. But we are.
Well, hopefully with Burkina Faso and those guys, maybe that's going to show them what they can do. Look at Ethiopia with the dam. They said we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Don't you dare! God said, it ain't going to take you 5 years to fill this up. I'm going to do it in less than 3. Keep it moving.
Mika,
do what you're supposed to do. God has got your back. But if you sit up there in the caves crying and being scared, nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Mika, I think we have to kind of rethink the way we think about this unity idea. I'm not sure we actually need to, because if you look at Asia, they are not exactly united, but they are extremely developed still, and they are going to overtake the West in time. Because what the West forget to understand is that China is developing very fast, Japan is extremely advanced, South Korea is extremely advanced. So they are beginning to forget that the power differential is beginning to favor the Asians. Sooner or later, the Asians are like, go away, we can't be bothered. Don't tell us what to do anymore. It will be over. And they were divided. They don't have to all come together to build what they had. I think everybody that is on the continent should be looking to develop and should be ambitious. should not be scared, because being scared is just delaying the day of reckoning. It's going to come. That's all it is. And it's going to be worse. If you postpone it and keep postponing it, I don't want to even envision the kind of problem that is going to come to us. And I also understand why. You know, I've had this conversation before. It's very hard to motivate your people to do what needs to be done without any clear evidence of feeling the damage, because they don't see a white man behind the wheels. It's only a black man they see.
Yep.
In the context of Africa, nothing will happen without unity. Because even right now, we were talking here about Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, what they've done with this, asylum, coming together and, standing against these guys. And the impact of that, how it's happening. In Africa, that's the only thing that we never had. That's the only thing that is still, keeping us where we are today. If we stop doing that, I'll tell you, Mr. Tunija, I'll close the channel tomorrow. I don't have mission anymore, because that's the guy. Right?
How about you have a mission? You know the Asians want to unite too, but the thing is, you don't necessarily. My point is that you don't have to be, because when we focus too much on only uniting, you are not looking to build one nation. I feel like sometimes what we saw in Asia is that if one nation develops, then they will want to go and counter that nation. So they are going to work with another nation instead of trying to suppress that nation now or destabilize the nation.
You're missing the
they want that
context.
nation as a counter.
You're missing the context. You're mixing the context, because what's happening here is you're forgetting they got allowed to develop. That's
yes, I understand
That's the biggest difference. They got allowed to develop. And
the question is why.
Too, it doesn't matter who is the majority population. Remember this. This is how white supremacy works. They could be outnumbered. Look at South Africa. They could be outgunned and outmanned. And as long as you got a class like Japan is a puppet state. Because I was going to say that earlier, but I just waited. Japan is a puppet state. They have no sovereignty at all. Same thing with Australia. Whatever the U.S. says, those two countries do. They have not bucked the chain at all. China is different. The U.S. was unexpectedly, but they already knew, because that's what Ronald Reagan and all of them were trying to do with the Communist Party. They were trying to fight against that then, because they had a feeling. They could see. They make these 200, 500-year plans in advance. These things that we're fighting against now, people that were long dead made that for us now. They have, even though they didn't know artificial intelligence, even though they don't know all of this other technology, nuclear weapons, these people have made that. I've been in the back room with some of these. I ran for governor at one point in the U.S. I've been in the back room with some of these people. What you're seeing now develop in the U.S., in some cities, in Europe, in Africa, this was actually made in the 1980s, literally. 1980s planned out and said, we're going to do this at this point. It's going to take this many years. What you're seeing is not an accident. They were allowed to develop, and they thought that China was going to stay subservient long enough for them to leech off of it, because eventually the whole system's going to fall apart. They know it's going to fall apart. They just want to suck it out as long as possible. And this is what's going to happen in Africa. As soon as they can get to space and they can develop a secondary place where they're safe, nuclear weapons come into play. But until then, you don't have to worry about the nuclear weapons. That is absolutely nothing, because whatever happens,
they can't blow up the uranium because they can need it.
It's going to be blowback. But that's the
the space race can blow it up.
Yeah, the space race.
They already used it. They already used it in Hiroshima and this thing. They can blow us up. They can blow us up if they want to. See, the point I'm making is that I agree with you that they were allowed to develop. Okay. Be careful.
Think about black Americans. They could exterminate us overnight. We called their bluff every single time. That's what happens with the civil rights movement. We're outnumbered and outgunned. We don't make the guns. What did my people do in the 1950s and 60s? When Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. got hit in the head, that was that one picture that set everybody off. They start sniping people out, ran people out of their cities. This is the portion that U.S. doesn't talk about, that I had to talk to people about, because of course they don't give you the narrative that makes them look bad. My people ran their white asses out of the cities. The sheriffs would flee when they went back. You called the bluff. Most people don't want to lose their lives, but when you say
I agree with you on that,
fight back against you, I'm broke already. You can't make me enough. Like what you said earlier, when you have that mindset and they can't break you, you kill one of me and 7 other ants, because that would be like a worker colony. 7 other ants will come in this space when you crush me as an ant. Then you are calling their bluff. They can blow up what? One area in one country. Do you think their own people are going to allow that? Think about this. There's enough other white people in their own nations. There's enough black people in these own nations that will tear them up from the inside. And that's how the liberation movements got ground even in the 60s. There's enough black people that were tearing up the area here that they could not wrangle control over Africa. That's what was happening at the same time. So if you get two things that happen at once, you get a liberation movement in Africa here, then you get, that's why France can't hold on. Do you know how many riots and fires they're having? They got like 30 this year alone. They can't even manage their own country, let alone how they're going to come in and militarily invade Africa. How are they going to maintain that? They can't do two wars on two fronts at the same time. So if something happens in Africa and they say, yeah, we're going to send the military over there, like what T said earlier, it's going to be all hell break loose over here. They have to handle it delicately. They can't just nuke the people because they look like us. What are they going to do then? They have to nuke us at the same time. They can't do open air freaking drones. That's not going to work. We fight back too much and we're ready to die. I fought cops myself. I don't care. We all die at one point. Now I'm not, I can't say certain things here, as you shouldn't say certain things anyway online. But what I'm saying is I'm ready to defend myself at any means necessary. So if they come after me, shoot, I'm just one of the people and my people will live on in the future. This is about survival. If I happen to be one person that dies, oh, the frick well. If it means the rest of us survive, great. When enough people have that mindset, which I think is happening in Burkina Faso, then they can kill Abraham Traore. They can kill him, and then somebody else will just take his spot. And then they could kill the next person, and then somebody else will take his spot. And then what? They're going to nuke the country, and then somebody else is going to be there with radioactivity, like in Japan, and they're going to survive. And then what's going to happen? They're going to develop.
No, I don't think they will nuke any African country. If they do that, they are done for, and that is it. And I agree with you. And you can't believe how glad I'm here. I'm glad to hear some of the things you said, because 3 years ago when I said this stuff, people thought I was crazy, that they can't just do these things because of the presence of African Americans there. But see, at the core of it is that you said they allowed the Asians to develop. But why? I want you to elaborate a bit on that. Why did they allow South Korea, Japan to develop, and Taiwan too?
Easy. They're white.
Oh, come on, man.
They wrote about this in their own books. I want you to read their books. When they were meeting, when they came down to Africa, they could not conquer Africa. The Moors were kicking the Europeans' ass for centuries. They were kicking their ass in Europe for centuries. That's why Rome was more developed than the rest of Europe and Greece, because they had contact with Africans. You can look at the paintings and everything when you look at their actual history. Now, when they came down in the 1600s and everything, 1500s, they were writing about Africans like great empire because they knew they were getting their asses kicked. They could not come down there. When you read the French, they were like, wow. And the Portuguese, they said, wow, the settlers and the Africans in West Africa, they are very dignified. That's how they were writing against them at first. As soon as they thought they had an advantage, that's when they started the propaganda of you're dumb, you don't know anything. While they're getting C-sections, they're learning that from them. They're learning to wash their hands from them. They're learning all of this stuff from them. But before, this is what they said. If you put a European and a Negro or African, put them together, what comes out as a baby? That is the center hole of white supremacy, the fear of genetic annihilation, which is why they keep trying to annihilate us or at least destroy us enough. That is where all of this comes from. When you understand that, everything else makes sense. Because if you don't understand that, then everything seems confusing. Like, why do they hate us?
Let me say this to the answer to the question you gave.
I need to close this.
I think Mika, you started this. Mika, you started this. You started this.
I want to talk about William Ruto. But look at what we're talking about right now.
You see, this is what happens. This is what happens when you lead a match. You don't know where it's going to go. So I'll keep it brief. I'll keep it less than 30 seconds. See, the answer you gave about just because you're white, I don't subscribe to that, because it's for strategic reasons. I keep saying it. Watch the power flow. Europeans don't share power. They only negotiate power for a while. If it's not in their interest, they will pull back. is for from what I read now. I just asked why did the US allow Japan to develop. The first reason was strategic interests. After World War II, the United States recognized strategic importance of Japan in the Asia-Pacific region. By aiding the Japanese recovery, the U.S. aimed to prevent the resurgence of militarism, secure a stable and democratic ally in the region that had been a focal point of the conflict. So democratization, you look at that, and if you look at it, part of it is also containing China. So these things when they are doing these things, they don't do it for nothing. That's why Africa don't have anything to offer them. At least we didn't make ourselves relevant to offer them a strategic something strategic. If we had, the way they would treat Africa would be different, and that's something that needs to change. If we make ourselves strong, let's say one nation in Africa go and ally themselves with Russia, builds a lot of this in technology, become industrialized, they will want to compete with that. Just like they are doing they are giving India everything India wants now against China. It's how they play. A French minister went to India to offer India nuclear submarine. Can you imagine that? To offer them.
I see where you're coming from. You're confusing respect for liking them. Okay.
Oh no, they don't like them.
The thing is, they respect them because they stood up for themselves, and they're forced. When you stand up for yourself, people are forced to respect you, and respect comes fear. And they're forced to work with you. At some point, it's going to happen. But the thing is, I'm telling you, this is what they wrote themselves. This is not my opinion. They fear genetic annihilation. So getting back to the Ruto thing, and this will probably be my closing because he's looking tired. He looked like he's ready to go to sleep.
Don't mind him, no.
You've been on this street for a while.
We're going to close this right now. Yeah, so you close it with that. And then I'll go to Niger. You're done for today. We'll go to Sushana.
I know. Thank you for having me in this Mika.
I appreciate, brother. I really enjoyed this. I appreciate. Yeah, my brother can go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing: they're fearing genetic annihilation. So every action that they take, that if they are going to mix with somebody else, this is them saying it themselves. This is them writing about it when there is no other advantage to them writing about it in the 1500s. There's no media or something for them to pander. They've already conquered China. They've already conquered the other people around them. They've already done that. So they're saying, hey, these people at least look like us. After a few generations, there will be no more white people if we mix with these. So they put out a strategic long-term plan. Now, when we're looking at some of the actions that happened with Ruto, because at first I was praising him, and I mainly praised him because Julius Malema praised him. And then I started to see how he's talking about, for example, if they came up with the topic of reparations, I can almost guarantee what this man will say. He will say, we don't need them. He's not been asked directly that, but every time he comes out, he sounds like two other people I won't mention, because he'll say, well, we don't need to beg. Demanding reparations is not begging. This is demanding what you're supposed to get because of the harm that was done. That is never begging to demand what you should get back. If somebody hits you in a car accident, you need to get repaired for that car accident. So that is a demand that needs to happen. If they gave it to the slave owners after that, which is a slap in the face, then they can give it to the people that it affected the most. But he keeps talking about we don't need to beg, which on the surface sounds good. But I'm telling you, growing up in the United States and hearing doublespeak every single time from these white folks, from other black people that look like us, that represent them, from every other group, you'll start to hear that words that you think mean one thing actually mean something completely different. And in the context of his sentences with President Ruto, I really don't trust him at all because he says too many off the wall things. And I don't think his actions back up what he's actually saying. He's saying pretty speeches. And then I'm looking at, okay, what is he doing specifically there? Because he's talking about things, and I'll wrap up in 30 seconds. He's talking about things. And I'm like, okay, if you're going to talk about this, there are myself and others that came there. Give citizenship, automatic citizenship to foundational Black Americans. And some people don't like that term, the descendants of freedmen, because that will back up what you just said about giving it to the African diaspora. He didn't do it. Well, how about giving or the passport, at least visa passport entry? How about you do something for your own people and give them free land like you're giving the foreigners free land and actually build them up? I don't see that happening with him. That's something that he talks about, but then that's a policy swipe away. That would be popular among the people so that they can actually compete against the East Indians that are there basically ruling Kenya and the Chinese. So I don't really believe him. Not until his actions start backing up his words.
Yeah. Appreciate for insight. Sushana, you've been quiet for a while. I'd love to give you a chance.
Sure. Thank you. And I applaud every single one of you in the panel. So to close that debate, it was a great debate. I think going back to the one question that you asked, Mark, I think you said that what will make the African people to bring or to work together. I think number one, it's to love each other deeply, not to look at as like you from Ghana, you from Nigeria, you from this. So we all are one African. I think this is the love that we're supposed to share with each other and respect each other. And then for our leaders, I think they should not be bow in front of those white supremacists that gonna come and control our mindset. And then not to allow the green, because the green is the one that destroy our countries, our leaders. Once they see that green come to them, so they, okay, everything is okay, I will give you whatever you want within my continent, within my country. So I think we have to try to work on those, and our leaders have to try to understand the system of the Western and the European. So they don't like us, they don't love us. They just come to get what we have. So I hope that all of us will put our hand together, not only for today, but continuously. We support each other as African, just like my brother was talking about, African. Because if the whites see that we don't love each other, we're destroying each other, we ripped off each other, we sell out of each other, so they will never have respect for us. Because regardless of what they're doing for them between themselves, they get each other's back. So living in America, it's a big deal. When you see a white person do something, a black person do the same thing, so the black person gonna pay for what the white person does or did. So we have to get each other's back as black, as African. It doesn't matter where we're from, who we are, our background, but we are one. We have the same blood running through our vein as our ancestors. So I thank you, and I hope that you don't stop what you're doing. You keep going, so everybody can come and share their opinion, so we can go to a new direction, as my brother was talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Susanna, please remember to drop your WhatsApp number in the private chat.
Sure, I will.
I would love to stay in touch with you. All right.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Tim Tene, what's your final statement?
All right. This has been so wonderful. Mine is just to appreciate all the panelists. Even as we look to we need to be one Africa, one army, one market. If we are going to the whole world, we should go out as one block instead of these small countries that we were subdivided and they were non-existent before the colonialists came. So I think what we need to change is having the right mindset to know who we are. Just the other day we were talking about how President Traore was changing the school uniform and making it back to the traditional uniform. That is what we need to have our own self-identity as African, that we have our own narratives. We can identify ourselves without having influence from outsiders. So even as this topic has so much deviated from Ruto, I know Mika with your editorial team, you'll do something to cut part 1, part 2, and 3. But my call is for Africa. I see a future Africa that I will leave to my children and to their children's children whom they will enjoy. And when we say this Africa thing, we do not mean that whatever God has given us, we don't want to share with the rest of the world. We want to share with the rest of the world because God has given us all these resources, but we want to share them at market value, at the price market that the whole world will benefit, even as Africa benefits first. So Mika, thank you for what you are doing. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you for all who are sharing. We are 143 of us here. I hope we have all signed this petition instead of just babbling and talking nothing. So have a good night, people. Have a blessed time. Africa, let's make it great again.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim Tene. I believe you shared your WhatsApp number too as well, right?
Yes, I did, yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Gavayizim Gula, I'll text you there. You have your final statement as well?
I just want to thank everybody. Thank you for having me on the panel. I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed the connections made, and just keep up the good work. I'm gonna try and keep tuning in. It's a nice platform. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mr. Kari, you've been quiet as well for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed, we had a very good conversation. I've also enjoyed it. I've been following it up. Of course, we somehow also deviated, brought in a lot of aspects from other different parts of, even though the agenda was mainly on Haiti, Ruto, and whatever is trying to do there. But nevertheless, it also shows us where the loopholes are amongst us and as a community of African nations from within the mother continent and outside the continent of Africa. And unity of purpose, unity of commonality, unity of identity is very essential for the African people. We can't afford any other thing else but just unity. And it would be nice if black men from African continent on the outside African continent will also be one, purposely, so that we aim to achieve one thing. For example, whatever is happening also in Haiti, I would say I would have loved a scenario whereby African Union would have taken charge and at least be there as the first people in presence to try and bring peace to that particular region. But it's unfortunate that the colonizer or the slave master is the one again trying to bring peace, which is also ironical because there's no way your colonizer or your slave master would ever work to bring peace in your place when actually is working all the time to make sure that you are defeated at whatever course you take in life. But let's just see. I hope Ruto is going. I really haven't understood it up to now so well, but let's hope it's going to work to bring peace to the people of Haiti, and also encourage them also to identify with themselves with Africa. The entire Caribbean and South America community, and also the blacks, should also join the African Union community and be one. And closely, we have this FTCTA, this intra-Africa Continental Trade Agreement. And I would also wish that we could maybe spend some time and talk about it and highlight the benefits that it can bring. Because for me, I think that is also one way of starting the unity among the African people. And maybe towards that, we can also work towards a currency that will bring African close, like European Union, they have their euro. And if you go to America, they have their dollar. So will also be something good if the African transcontinental trade pact would someday yield to one currency that all Africans can use to do business and transaction and so on and so forth. So lastly, is just a word of a vote of thanks to the panelists that you invited, but also a vote of thanks to you, how you organized this conversation and this topic was really well and timely. And just to encourage you to keep on, bringing up these conversations as we talk as Africans. At least it brings up awareness and we begin to wake up from sleeping, being aware of what is happening. And I appreciate it.
Appreciate, Kari. Thank you so much. I've actually just sent to you the text on WhatsApp and invited you as well. Sushana, I cannot see you on WhatsApp though. Tim Tene, I will text you in a second right now. and I think everybody else did as well. The only person that I never had his WhatsApp is to Niger. He never wanted to give me his WhatsApp. I think he's still not. He's still not trusting me, my brother.
Who told you that? That's a slanderous accusation against my great reputation.
I agree with my brother. He said the Nigerians
Oh,
they want people to convince. You know, I speak from experience. I had to
okay.
there's no need
I do have a WhatsApp. I do have a WhatsApp.
Never given me his WhatsApp. Can you imagine that? Oh, my brother. All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, for stopping by. This was amazing. And since I have your WhatsApp, and I'm gonna invite you guys in the group. Anytime we have a conversation, we'll be letting you guys know in the group, and we can show up, and we can continue with this conversation. But I appreciate. Thank you for stopping by. Now I'm gonna let you go. Feel free to to leave, and I feel bad to remove people sometimes, so. All right, and when you guys are joining the WhatsApp group, just make sure that you read the descriptions. We have a description there in WhatsApp group for things that you can do and you cannot do. It's very important to go through that before starting right away. So please be informed by that, so that you may not. Sometimes I had to remove some people because they were not. It was just chaos, because the WhatsApp group. We're not there here, YouTube channel is for everybody, but in the WhatsApp, we try our best to find more of a solution, which sometimes we're not really doing that, because of the distractions and everything. But we wish that could be a space to find, those solutions, and also us as SNOA to connect with you guys every time we have stream, every time we have something that we want to share with you. We want that to be a space for that. This conversation has been very long, but we're gonna try our best to cut out these videos to make sure that we have, even I think this is 3 hours, so we might have 5 different videos, to cut them out, which is gonna take a while, but we have to do that so that you guys may have exactly the segments that you'd like to hear. So we're gonna cut out this segment about the president of Kenya and Haiti, president of Kenya and all the questioned action that he has done in the past couple months. Also, we're gonna have a session of Haiti alone, with our sister from Haiti. She was here sharing with us. We're gonna have a session about Pan-African discussions that we had at the end. A lot of that. So we're gonna try to cut, those pieces and share with you guys so that you can be able to actually go back and listen. But also you can just go back to watch this stream. If you're watching here, you haven't liked this stream yet, please do. When you like, it helps us to reach out to many people out there. And also you can subscribe if you haven't done that yet. We have a petition, One Africa, right now. You say unity is very important for Africa and for these fights that we're talking about right now. You realize that if one country like Uganda standing out against the agenda of LGBTQ with them, and you know what has happened, sanction and everything, that means any country in Africa, if you're going to try to stand up for yourself, you'll be sanctioned, you'll be crippled, you'll be attacked. The sad thing is the same thing happened to Eritrea, the same thing happened to Zimbabwe, and the rest of Africa did nothing. The same thing happened to Libya and Gaddafi, the rest of Africa did nothing. We're quiet. So they kill your own leader in your own country, you stay quiet. Because, this is happening in Libya. That is happening in Zimbabwe. This is happening in Eritrea. Oh, that is happening in Uganda. So, okay, Kenya, we better pass LGBTQ agenda. So they passed it, right? If we cannot stand as one, if we cannot stick together as one people, stand against all this agenda, stand against all these attacks, then eventually we'll find out that all 54 countries in Africa have been sanctioned separately. The little we know, if we come together, they're not going to be able to sanction us. We sanction us against them. They need us. It's as simple as that. And things will play out in our favor. It's just as simple as that. We see Niger, we see Burkina Faso, we see Mali, we see what is happening there. We see France leaving, running away, saying that, okay, these guys, they don't want to fight terrorism anymore. Running away, leaving. I don't think that's the end of issues in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Niger. The matter of fact, I feel like, you know, terrorism attack might even increase right now more than ever, just to prove the point that we were supposed to be there. But are we, because of that, are we going to back down? Are we going to be scared and fear and not move forward? No, this is the moment to tap into that, you know, moment, and the entire continent of Africa to come together and to be like, this is the right way, and we should do that. That's why we have this petition, One Africa, right now. We have demands in this petition. Go before you sign, make sure you read it, and you can sign and also share. It's as simple as that. Go and read all the details we wrote, and see if you understand anything, or if anything, you know, gets to your mind. See it, you know, go try to read it and get it. And at the end of the day, let's sign that One Africa right now. I appreciate the team. The team has been doing a pretty good job sending the links in the comment section of petition. So if you see that, it's because they want you to sign. So please do. And yeah. And, you know, so yeah, I want to appreciate those, you know, members, the team, Patreons, people who came here today, comments, and just having this conversation. I appreciate the panelists, because I was not spending here time alone for 3 hours. You know, most of them were here. They left what they were doing and they came here to address this issue. So I don't take your time for granted. I appreciate you guys for stopping by. And also special thanks to Super Chats. I see Super Chats from Eritrea Best. Appreciate that. A long time ago. Sava Lava, I appreciate for your Super Chat as well. Yeah, it means a lot. Appreciate for, yeah, KRE, appreciate my brother. You became just a member. There's a link to join membership as well. So if you want to become a part of this family and become a member, you can join. Let me share the link with you guys so that it may be easier for you guys to join. If you want to become a member, the link is here in the comment section. You can click that and join. If you want to become a Patreon, Maria Antoinette has been sharing the link oftentimes of Patreon. You can join that. And also, I want to give thanks to Haiti La Tojo. They say, are both Nigerian and Kenyans becoming the new black face of white supremacy? This will turn into occupation and genocide of Haitian people over its resources. It's a question, and it's very valid question. And the best we can do when we are one, when we become one, these are kind of things that we can actually condemn them, as a continent, because if we become one, anything that we are going after, we go together. If we say no, we have the strong side together. But when you have people misbehaving like this individually, they're just misbehaving anyhow, and we can't say anything about it. It's just so hard, man. It's just so hard. So I want to appreciate you guys for, for everything. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah, we'll be having, some more conversation in the, coming days. We can pop up here anytime, but stay connected. We'll be dropping the details in the community tab of YouTube for you guys to know that we're having something. And you guys, if you want to know more about the news in Africa, guys, the team has been doing a pretty good job here, from the land to share the updates and the news about Africa. Very breaking news. So follow our pages, follow our Instagram page, Official Swahili Nation. We share news all the time. You can follow our Twitter page, First Swahili Nation. Check it out. We share news all the time. You can follow our Facebook page, Swahili Nation. Stay connected with us there all the time when we do live stream here. We also do on TikTok as well. Mika Chavala can do that. We have a problem with Swahili Nation TikTok channel because I opened up in different country. So it's kind of like, TikTok, yeah, they're doing that. Like if you open from another country, you cannot really change the location. So hopefully we're probably gonna need to delete it, and I can't even delete because you don't remember the password. You need to open maybe something else. But yeah, stay connected with us, and that's going to be amazing. Yeah. You guys can go back to see the conversation. And hopefully, if we want to continue to dive into these topics, you let us know through the comment section of this video. And you will definitely be back to have a conversation. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'm just going to pray and leave. God, I thank you for today. I thank you for these 3 to 4 hours conversation that we had about Africa, about Kenya, about Ruto, about Haiti, about everything, God. To be honest, you know, when we have this deep conversation about Africa and about what's really going on behind the scene, I know it's very easy to lose hope sometimes, to see like there's no hope for change. But God, thank you for giving us this passion, and thank you for giving us this vision. Thank you for giving us this courage to fight for our people, because we see this horizon, the beginning of something new in the continent, in the western side of Africa. We see horizon of young youth, young Africans willing to put everything and to just fight and to just stand for our countries after long suffering for 60 plus years. I thank you for this awakening in Africa, and I thank you because you're doing something new. Thank you because you've given us courage. Thank you because you've given us ability to stand for our children and for the next generation. I pray that they cast away the fear of man, because that's what leads to destruction and that's what leads to death. But the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, and that's what we're asking for. And your scripture says humility, it is the fear of God. And we just pray that God, you, as we continue to connect with one another, we'll fear nothing but you. And every single one of us will play our part. We come from different backgrounds, different stories, different families, but all of us, we have a part to play in this continent. So I pray that every single one of us will be reminded, every single one of us will stand, will be courageous to stand and to do our part for this continent. It's not just going to be the fight for that country, for those people, but it's going to be my fight. It's going to be our fight. Thank you because you're working in our people. Thank you because something new is happening in the continent, and it's beautiful that we are in this generation to witness what is happening today. Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of being at the midst of this fight. Thank you for the privilege of connecting our people and doing this for your kingdom. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done here on earth as it is in heaven. Apart from you, we can do nothing. Give us strength, give us courage, give us wisdom, give us ability, understanding, and help us, God, to really follow that path that you created for us, because nothing can be taken away from us. What has been given to us, nobody can take it away. So I pray that your will be done through us. As you say in Philippians 2:13, for it is God who will and act in order to fulfill his good purpose in us. So let your purpose be fulfilled. Let your plan be established through us. God, we give you all the glory. We give you all the honor. We thank you for this continent. And we repent for not standing on our position, for not standing on our responsibilities to defend our land, to cultivate this land, to love on this land, to protect our families, our children, to protect our people. As a result, a lot of blood has been shed. Some of it even us killing each other. God will repent for the blood that has been shed in this continent over the years. Through politicians, through just ourselves, through just like the blood that has been shed right now in Haiti. God will repent for our people. We'll repent all this wickedness and for this evil that is happening between our people. And help us to get away from this. I asked this question, that what would it take for our people to just stop killing one another under the influence of anyone else out there? What will it take? God, it will take us knowing you, God, because for all these years it hasn't been stopped. And honestly, we can't do this. Honestly, we need you to be at the center, our mind to be opened, to realize, to know that we're actually human beings, we're actually brothers and sisters, beyond what we can hear, beyond what we can see, God. It takes you, God, to open up our minds, to redeem us, to set us free, and to understand that we are all created by you, and you created us to protect one another, to love on one another, to love each other as we love ourselves, to treat our neighbors as we treat ourselves. God, I pray for that awakening, spiritual awakening of our hearts. If we distance ourselves from you for some time, God, I pray that there will be a reconciliation first and foremost of us as a human being, us as Africans with you. Reconciliation with the Spirit of the living God. Reconciliation of us and you, God. It is useless to have this session for 3 hours, 4 hours, but if we cannot turn back to you and reconcile our hearts with you, reconcile our mind with you, it is useless, because nothing will ever be achieved. We have tried for 60 plus years and nothing is happening. We can't put you out of the picture. We must come back to you. We must reconcile our hearts with you. We must reconcile with the source of our existence, with the source of our very existence. And you are the source of Africa. You are the source of our existence. Once we reconcile with you, once we reconnect with you, God will be able to rediscover who we are. We'll be able to rename ourselves, because our true identity is hidden in you. And if we're not connected, reconnected with you, we can never get to know ourselves. We can never get to rediscover our purpose. We can never get to rediscover our mission, what we've been called to do. And God, I was able to rediscover my mission, my purpose, when I reconnected myself with you. When I reconnected myself with your face. When I reconnected myself with your spirit. And therefore I was able to know that I was called to do this. And I was able to start doing right away, to work and to do this fearlessly without being scared, without afraid of anyone or anything, without being afraid of anything. God, I was able to do that. And I am able to do that. Not because I have confidence, not because I know things. No, sometimes I know nothing. But you know everything, because you're omnipotent, God, and you're all-knowing God. And I am able to stand here, and I am able to speak what you are giving me to speak. And I am able, God, to lead this conversation. It's only by your grace. It is only by your spirit of the living God. And all these people are coming here, God, to listen, to hear what we have to say. Not because of anything else, but because of your spirit. And because of these so God, I pray that first and foremost, if we do not know you, if we do not reconcile with you, if we are not going to connect, to reconnect ourselves with the source that created us, the source that brought us here, the source that has given us a purpose, if we cannot reconnect with you, we're not going to be able to rediscover who we really are. Why rediscover? Because we knew ourselves, but we've lost it after we disconnected from you. And everything else, all this propaganda, all this agenda, all these attacks, most of them are focusing on redistracting us from you, are focusing on disconnecting us with your spirit and with your face, so that we may be far away from you and we may never realize who we really are. We may never realize our purpose. We may be swayed away with all these kind of winds. God, I refuse. As long as you have placed me here at SNOA, you have placed me here with this mission and vision to unite one Africa in our generation, one Africa right now. God, I refuse to put you aside. You'll always be at the center, and you come, and I'll always reconnect to myself with you, and we'll reconnect ourselves with you again and again and again, because with you, everything is possible. Nothing is impossible to those who believe in you. And God, no matter how difficult it seems, but God, the victory belongs to you. You said in Proverbs 21:30, no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord. The horse is made for the day of the battle, but the victory rests with the Lord. Verse 31. The victory rests with you. So I continue to reconnect myself with you. We reconnect this community with you, because that's where our victory comes from. What seems to be impossible in the eyes of men, we will do it, and we'll surpass the expectation of the men, because we ain't here alone. We're standing here with you, and you're here with us, God. This mission that you've given us, we're going to carry until the end, and we shall see one Africa right now, one Africa in our generation, because that's what you want, because the victory rests with the Lord. We ain't going to rely on anything else. First and foremost with you. And God, I see the light. I see the light, Africa. I see the light. Let the hope arise, because darkness can never consume it. Arise and shine, for your light has come. Arise and shine, Africa, for your light has come. Arise and shine, Africa, for your light has come. The light is right here. And I'm going to put this here again. Arise and shine, for your light has come, Africa. And the glory of the Lord rises upon you. See, darkness covered the earth. The thick darkness is all over the people, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look about you. All assemble and come to you. Your sons come from afar, and your daughters are carried on the hip. Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. The wealth on the seas will be brought to you. To you, the riches of the nations will come. Arise and shine, for your light has come, Africa. The light has come. The light is here in Africa. The light of the living God has come, and this is the moment. The light of horizon, the light of change, the light of hope, the light of transformation, and the light of the new beginning, of new era of Africa has come. And the glory of the Lord rises upon you. If the glory of God is it upon us, the glory of God is upon us, darkness has no more power. See, darkness cover the earth, and thick darkness is over the people, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Look at this. The darkness cover the earth. The earth, not only Africa, the entire earth, and we can all agree that there's a big darkness covering the earth right now, and the thick darkness is all over the people. Sometimes we ask, like, how can leaders do things they do? The deep darkness cover all over all the people. There's a deep darkness covering our people. For some reason, we cannot understand. For some reason, we can't change. For some reason, we can't take actions. We're talking about why our people are killing one another. The deep darkness is covering. But look at this. There's a hope. But the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. And this is what I want. SNOA, Swahili nation. The Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Arise and shine, for your light has come. It's the time to arise and shine, for the light has already come and is right here, the light of the living God. The light of the living God has already come. Let me show you something else. The light. Arise and shine, for your light has come. Arise and shine, for your light has come. Let me show you this light. Arise and shine, for your light has come, people. Let me show you this light. Arise and shine, for your light has come. Genesis chapter 1. Let me show you this light. Genesis chapter 1. From verse 3. And God said, let there be light. Let me start from the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the seas. Verse number 3. And God said, let there be light. And there was a light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. And there was evening, and there was morning the first day. Let me tell you this. Oh my God, I don't even know how to say this. I don't know how to say this, man. I don't know how to say this. It's too deep. I don't know how to say this. Genesis 1, verse 3. God is saying that, let there be light. And there was a light. God saw that the light was good. And he separated light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Go down. Look at that light that he created, and go down verse 14. He said this, and God said, this is the fourth day. God says, let there be lights, in plural. In verse number 3, it's very important to look at the details when you read the scriptures. He said, let there be light. This light, it does not have S. And when he created this light, God saw that the light was good, and he separated light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness called night. So hear me out. Here, the Bible does not say that he created, or he created sun or with moon. No, it does not say that. It just say he created light. In 14, he say that God says, let there be light. This is the second time in the creations. The first day, he created light. And that just shows how important light is. And then he goes, in the fourth day, he's creating again light. He said this. God said, let there be lights. This is plural now. In the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night. Again, for the second time. And let them serve as a sign to mark sacred times and days and years. So here God, in the fourth day, he's creating time, seasons. The first light he created, he only separated darkness from the light. All right? And he called one is night, another one he called day. But now in the fourth day, he's creating lights and he's creating seasons, times, and days in the fourth day. Not in the first day, in the fourth day. And let them be lights in the vaults of the sky to give light on earth. And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning the fourth day. So, guys, the first day God is creating light, and I want you to see the difference here. The first light, it says light. And it was light. And God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness called the night. And that was evening, and that's it, the first day. He created the light, and here it doesn't say that he created the darkness. No, light was created. So darkness was there. It was already hovering over the earth, but he brought light, and this light, he made it to separate darkness and light, and he just called night and day. The fourth day, he's creating lights, different kind of lights, to separate the season, the times, the days, and then he put details into that this light will govern light. Let's go back to Isaiah. Arise and shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. See, darkness covers the earth. Isaiah is referring to Genesis. The first verse of the Genesis, it says, in the beginning, God created heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. He is referring to Genesis. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. This is not the beginning of God. This is the beginning of God revealing himself to the world. You see the difference? The earth was formless and empty. Darkness was hovering over the surface of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. So it was darkness all over the earth. But the Spirit of God was hovering. Whatever the Spirit of God is, there's a hope. In Isaiah, it says darkness covers the earth and thick darkness is over the people. That's the beginning. But the Lord rises upon you and his glory appears over you. The Spirit of God was hovering over this deep darkness. Lord rises upon you and his glory appears over you. The Spirit of God was there. What does it mean? If there is no Spirit of God, if you don't have the Spirit of God, you are in deep darkness. You're lost. You're formless. You are empty. You're full of darkness. At the beginning, the earth was that. Before God started to create, at the beginning, God created heavens and earth. Now the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the water. So in order for God to start creating, then the verse number 3, it goes, and God says, let there be light, the first creation. So in order for God to do that, the Spirit of God had to be above the water, had to be above this earth that was dark, that was formless and empty. There is no creation without the Spirit of God hovering over. There is no recreation. There is no rediscovering. There is no breakthrough without the Spirit of God hovering, without God himself being at the center. That's why we keep God at the center here, because our mission, our vision is useless if the Spirit of God is not at the center. Arise and shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. See, darkness covers the earth, and the thick darkness is over the people, but the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. I see the light in Africa. The same light that you created at the start, and you say it was good. The earth was formless. It was empty and full of darkness. And that's how a lot of Africans and African descendants feel. They feel hopeless. They feel formless. They feel empty. They feel there's a deep darkness over the continent. Some of them, they go farther and they feel like we are cursed and we can never change. God, I see the light, because the Spirit of God, we're inviting you to Africa, to hovering, to cover the seas, to cover the skies, to cover our houses, to cover our keys, to cover our men and women, to cover the youth, to cover elder, to cover young people, to cover this continent. We're asking for the Spirit of God to reign over the state houses, to reign over these organizations, the Spirit of God to reign. Because we're inviting you to come. Because once you're here, then the creation begins. Let there be light. Let there be light in Africa to separate the darkness. God, it's a time that there will be a separation between the darkness and light in this continent. The darkness, it means those who are standing not for the benefit of our people and the benefit of this continent, what God, you purposefully designed long time to happen. God, those who are not with us, they are definitely against us. And it is a time that light will never mix up with darkness. Light, you're going to separate between light and darkness. God, make it vivid, make it clear in this continent of Africa, in our countries. We have been struggling, we've been crying, we've been weeping, we've been dying for so long. And enough is enough. It is the time to separate between light and darkness. It is the time to separate. It is the time. It is the time. God, it is a time. There's a time for war and there's a time for peace. It is a time for peace in Africa. There's a time to cry and there's a time to laugh. It is a time to laugh in Africa. There's a time to plant and there's a time to sow. It is a time to sow in Africa. There's a time to be born and there's a time to be dead. There's a time. Now, God, is the time for life in Africa. And I see that light. And I see that. I see that, man. I see that. I hope you do see it too. I hope you see that, man. I see. I see it. I'm not even speaking in faith, guys. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing light in Africa. I told you the other day, there will be a series of good news in Africa. I'm not speaking in faith. I'm speaking it because I see it. The series of good news in Africa, and it's happening. It is happening. It is happening. Those who are not with us are against us. Darkness can never sustain in the midst of light. When the light comes in, darkness flees. Darkness has no longer power. And it's the time the light of the Lord has come. Arise and shine, Africa, for your light has come. Do not be afraid. Do not be scared. Don't fear anything. The light has come. God is with you, Africa. God is with you, Africans. The question is, are you with God? Are you with God? The light has come. You can either reject the light or you can embrace the light. If you reject, you say, God, I don't want it. If you embrace, you say, God, I accept it. I humble myself before you. Proverbs says that humility, I say this over and over and over again. God, Proverbs say this, humility is the fear of the Lord. Its wages are riches and honor and life. Humble yourself, submit yourself to the authority of the King of Kings, God, because the light has come. Arise and shine, for your light has come. Your light, it makes it personal. Your light. Arise and shine, for your light has come. The question is, are you arising and shining right now? This is God's purpose for Africa. This is God's purpose for you to arise and shine. Not only to arise, but to shine. Yes, Africa is arising right now. Is it shining? It's a time to arise and shine. You see how good God is. You see how right God is. You see how just God is. This is my God, man. If you arise, you will shine, for your light has come. But the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. His glory, when they look at you, man, they see the glory of God appear over you. God himself, this almighty God, this holy God, this God who created heavens and earth, who created light and everything, who created everything you see. This almighty God, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, everlasting Father, this God, his glory appears over you. How privileged it is to have the glory of God appears over me. I'm telling you, when the glory of God is over you, you're untouchable. Because whoever touches you, he touches his glory. And they can't afford it. I say this, the most dangerous man on earth is the one with the glory of God. It's the one with the glory of God. The one with the glory of God. Elisha prayed for his servant and he said, God, please open up his eyes to see. Because those who are on our sides are many more than those who are against us. Let me tell you this. Don't lose hope, Africans. Those who are on our sides are many more than those who are against us. Yes, they might have nuclear. Yes, they might have everything you can talk about. But guys, you have Almighty God on your side. That's not something to ignore. Yes, work on your military. Yes, work on your unity. Yes, work on training your people. Work on all this preparation. Do it diligently. Prepare yourself. Protect yourself. Do it. But don't ever forget that God, the Almighty God, is on your side. And his glory appears over you. That's our only hope. Let me say this. If today we go on a battle and a war, Africa, we're not going to win. If we just depend on that, because you don't have enough. Where we're having this conversation, what do we have? We have God on our side. And let's work on everything else. Yes, it's important to have them. But don't leave God aside. Because for some strange reason, when we work on these things, we say that, you know, we're about to be realistic. You know, God, how can God going to help you? Trust me, there's no success away from God. Everything is temporary. Everything shall pass away, but your word will never pass away. The scripture says his word will never pass away. You have God, you have everything. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all other things shall be added unto you. Africa, don't let your God aside. Don't let them take your God away from you. Let them they can take whatever they want to take away from you, but don't let them take your God away, because that's what they did when they came. And today, have a lot of people believing that, you know, this God thing was brought by them. No. Africans are spiritual beings. We believed in God even before they came here. Don't let them take that away from you. Don't let them harass your history. Don't let them harass your heritage. We had God before they got here, and we still have God even right now. God is on your side. Arise and shine, for your light has come, guys. God, I thank you. God, I praise you. God, I love you. Thank you. For your word is yes and amen. For your promises are yes and amen. And you're true, God. Thank you for these people. Thank you because you're speaking to us daily. Thank you because you're bringing us back to you. You are our only hope. You are our only hope. You are our only hope. Nothing can be done. We as a SNOA, we cannot achieve anything without you being at the center. People change. Africa change. We can't rely on leaders. Leaders change. Some of them we support today. Some of them we turn against them tomorrow. They change. We can't trust them. We can't trust people. We can't put our trust on man. You said, cursed is the one who trusts in the man, but blessed is the one who trusts in God. You say in Jeremiah 17, God, we put our trust in you because you're the only unchangeable God. You are still the same yesterday, today, and forever. And you're the only one that we put our trust in you. SNOA, we put our trust in you, unchangeable God. Not a man, not a leader, because today we can support them and praise them. Tomorrow we can cast them out because they change. But you never change. You're still the same. Yesterday, today, and forever. So we submit this in your hand. God, as a leader of SNOA, I submit this in your hand. And I invite you always. Come. Let this be your home. I don't want to invite you today and tomorrow I need to invite you again. No. Let this be your home. It is your home now. Take a seat. You know, this is your home now. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for Africa. Thank you for the change. Thank you for the transformation. I praise you. I love you. I glorify you. In Jesus' name. Amen. Guys, appreciate, man. I did not plan to say all those things. You all know how it happens all the time. But I encourage you. If you felt something in your spirit, take some time to pray. Personally, I'll pray after this as well. I'm going to end this. I'll continue with the prayer. Pray for Africa. To pray for everything that we talked about here today. All right? We're kneeling it because I don't know why God keep giving me these things, but let me read this final scripture to you. And then I'll be leaving. Go and pray, all right? Pray, 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 pray. If you felt anything in your spirit, please pray. Please pray. Let me read this. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10, from 10. It says this: finally be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood. Our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the power of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heaven realms. Look at that struggle. He says here, our fight is not against our flesh and blood, but against the rulers. Who are the rulers? Those who so-called superpowers in this world. Those are rulers. Against the authorities. Authorities, guys. Against authorities. Against the power of this dark world. Remember, darkness cover over the earth. But the Lord's glory will cover over you, will rise upon you. Here it says what we are fighting for is against the power of this dark world. We all know it's dark world, and we all know there's the powers. And it goes even very spiritual, say against the spiritual forces of evil in the heaven realm. The spiritual forces. That's our fight against. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after you have done everything to stand. Stand firm then with the belt of truth. That's why we speak truth all the time. Back around your waist with the breastplate of righteousness in place. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, right standing with God, reconciliation with God, reunion with God, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. Gospel, it means the good news of Christ, of peace, you say, the gospel of peace, the good news of peace. So gospel, it means good news of peace. We talk about peace, love, peace, unity. Those are 3 elements we always talk about. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith. Without faith, it is impossible to please God, because anyone who believes him, anyone who go before him must believe first, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrow of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, the sword of the Spirit. And pray in the Spirit on all occasion with all kinds of prayer and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep on praying for all the Lord's people. Always keep on praying for all the Lord's people. You guys are Lord's people. Pray also for me, Paul is saying, pray also for me, that whenever I speak, words may be given to me, so that I will fearlessly make known the mystery of the gospel. So in this context, I'm going to say, guys, pray also for me, so that I may keep reconnecting myself with God, and I may speak fearlessly, and I may keep doing this until I finish the purpose I've been brought into this earth to do. Pray for me. I need your prayer, guys. I can't stand here alone without your prayer. You have to know that the battle is big. The battle is a lot. You guys lift me up in your prayers. That's the most important thing I need, more than anything else. Anything else. Trust me, guys. I don't even need your money. I only need your prayer. More than anything else, just pray. Just pray. What is money? I released the video today about, money and focusing on the source. I released a video today. I hope you guys watch it. I'll share with you guys here at the end to see a little clip of that. But what is money for? What is money for? What is going to be worth for if I'm not going to be speaking the truth? If I'm not going to be here? If I lose my purpose? It's for nothing. What is the most important thing is your prayer. Pray for us. It's very important. Pray for us. Pray. Prayer can go anywhere. So just pray. Do that. Pray. Pray. Just pray. God will take care of me. Come on. Even if you guys, you don't give anything, God will take care of me. Has been taking care of me all this time. So just pray. That's it. And as long as I'm connected to the source, I love this. As long as I am connected to the source, I shall lack nothing. Psalm 23 verse 1. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. You're connected to the source, you lack nothing. And I feel like that's the reason why Africa, even though has been exploited for so long time, but it never lacked nothing, because we are connected to the source. The fear of God, they make you feel like the fear of God is useless. No, it's not useless. We're connected to the source. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Why? Because you're connected to the source. The source is God. That's why we're supposed to be connected to. For which I am ambassador in chains. Pray that I may declare it fearlessly as I should. So pray that I may be fearlessly, no matter what. The battle belongs to God. The attacks are always there, but the victory rests with the Lord. We are more than conquerors. All right, guys? All right, guys. I thank God for that. I just had to share that. And I'll share with you this video that I said I'll leave you guys with. Go and watch it if you haven't watched it. I release it today. And right here, I wrote it dead aid. And my question was, are we beggars? Dead aid. go to watch this video. Let me share with you in the comment section here. That video, make sure to watch it. Let's be connected to the source. It's very important to be connected to the source. Please watch that video. Please watch that video. Yeah, you understand more of what I was saying here. Africa, never stop to connect yourself to the source. God is our source and everything else is our resources. I love that. Vena, Kara, I love that. Pray without ceasing. Yes, yes. That's a fact. Appreciate. All right. All right, I gotta get out of here now. It's been a long day.